Yeah. And I really wanna take the time out to let y'all niggas know I really know what's going on. Yeah. Let's go. I got enemies, got a lot of enemies. Can't believe this niggas out here really wanna finish me. Ain't no way around it, buddy. Niggas know I've been a G. My confidence way higher when I got that 40 with the beam. Yeah. When I got that 40 with the beam, that 40 got like 30 shots, that mean it got a centipede. I ain't worried about them, but them boys, they keep worrying about me. I heard I'm his favorite rapper, he keep acting like he ain't heard about me. Whoa. And this bitch suck my dick to the 3rd degree. Whoa. Everybody know that cause she in my shows for free. Whoa. Everybody know it's no one holding me. Whoa. She don't know no better, she not old as me. Whoa. And I'ma groom that baby, I'ma bring her real close. Then cut her off, see if she can fly. I done took too many person on some real shit, I can't die. Everything I do is effortless, little baby, I can't try. Ceratops reptile when I'm rolling off. Man, I took your girl with me, we was rolling off. Turned into a wet star, then I throw her out. You can't get that far if you showing out. Oh, you showing out. You can't get that far if you hoeing out. I remember back when I wasn't closing out. Now all them bras wanna blow me out. That's because my bag, bitch, I blow it now. When I'm in the mall, gotta close it down. Gucci, Louis, Fendi, Prada. I don't really rock Fendi, but I'm rocking on Balenciaga. Paris, tags on me, this that lager. Cartier frame, Carazara. Niggas, they be lame, talking rah-rah. My life not the same, nigga, voila. Magic change my life, nigga, voila. When I'm with a kitty, just like sidewalk. When I make a moan, man, she bout to cry. When she suck it up, give me side eye. Yeah, mixing up the work like it's pop rocks. Yeah, Bugatti fast, I don't know how to stop. Yeah, undercover fiends, they keep trying to cop. Yeah, you think I'm a dummy, I know you a cop. Ooh, I can tell you a op. Make the Machiavelli scream like it's Tupac. Had the nigga shot, pulled up with 2 Glocks. My LV sneaks kinda big, I need 2 shots. But they Gucci though, double G. I don't want that bitch, ain't giving up Gucci though. No, I don't want that girl cause she too moody, bro. She ain't really that cute, just got that booty though. And I can't lie, got that super soak, I moonwalk like the J5. I don't own none of these girls, so you can't take mine. I don't really wanna know what you thinking, but I take mine. You better love yours, nigga, I don't hate mine. Yeah, Roosevelt.
I love you.
Till death do us
I could
part.
probably have all of the women in the world. I promise I don't want no other girl. All I want is you.
I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about
You. I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you. Yeah. Baby, you my one and only shit. Don't forget that. If you got my loving, baby, shit represent that. If I got your heart, baby, come on and present that. Sex on a jet, baby, no, you never did that. So slithery, bitch, you dig that. Flexing on the extras, baby, like I got a 6-pack. Stole my heart, baby, I ain't gonna lie, you did that. Stole my heart and put it in a safe. You probably have all of the women in the world. I promise I don't want no other girl. All I want is you.
I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about
You. I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you. Yeah. Baby, you my one and only shit. Don't forget that. If you got my loving, baby, shit represent that. If I got your heart, baby, come on and present that. Sex on a jet, baby, no, you never did that. So slithery, bitch, you dig that. Flexing on the extras, baby, like I got a 6-pack. Stole my heart, baby, I ain't gonna lie, you did that. Stole my heart and put it in a safe. You probably have all of the women in the world. I promise I don't want no other girl. All I want is you.
I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about
You. I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you.
She ride my dick till I slow up. Yeah. Drink Hennessy till she throw up. Yeah. She about to go up. Hey, she really tore up. Yeah. I got my door up. Yeah. Say I took your style, nigga, just grow up. Oh well. She ride my dick till I slow up. Yeah. Drink Hennessy till she throw up. Yeah. She about to go up. Hey, she really tore up. Yeah. I got my door up. Yeah. Say I took your style, nigga, just grow up. Oh well. She ride my dick till I slow up. Yeah. Drink Hennessy till she throw up. Yeah. She about to go up. Hey, she really tore up. Yeah. I got my door up. Yeah. Say I took your style, nigga, just grow up. Oh well. Yeah, no cake in your pockets, no cake in your pockets, no bank, no big bank. You ain't got no wallet, no bank in your what? I got bank in my pocket, no hoes on your roster. You niggas, y'all is imposters. Yeah, kicked it one time with your girl and I swear we play soccer. Damn, I do not keep her, hey, cause that girl, she is a bopper. Yeah, pass her right to my friends, hey, yeah. I turn that girl to a hopper, hey. She jump on top in the back, hey. I told that girl she a topper, hey. Alexander McQueen, yeah. Pants so clean, they look like some dockers. Riding full stroke and I crank the Dorado. This shit so sturdy, I wheelie through potholes. Somewhere in the Philippines. Yeah, my new girl, she legit like a model. Don't know if she feeling me or she really, I'm just chasing my dick for a slow up. Yeah. Drink Hennessy till she throw up. Yeah, she about to go up. Hey, she really tore up. Yeah, I got my door up. Yeah, say I took your style, nigga, just grow up. Oh well. She ride my dick till I slow up. Yeah. Drink Hennessy till she throw up. Yeah, she about to go up. Hey, she really tore up. Yeah, I got my door up. Yeah, say I took your style, nigga, just grow up. Oh well. Why do these boys hate? Yeah, but they don't know me. Yeah, ballin' like Kobe. Yeah, flooded my rollie. Yeah, diamonds on solar. Diamonds got colder. Other words, diamonds got polar. Chopper on shoulder. Got range like Rover. If she don't wanna stay, I won't hold her. But first, better give me brain till you throw her. I'm young enough for your daughter. Yeah. Diamonds look like water, the water in Bora Bora. Got money all on the floor, my baby good Lord, she look like Laura. Had to cut off, feeling like Zara. I'm just playing, I see her tomorrow. Yeah, my diamonds hitting like stars. Yeah, my diamonds hitting like stars. 24 carats in the dark. Yeah, last night it was dark. Had your girl on my car, didn't make it to my crib, that thing it was parked. Yeah, I hit that thing in the park. Ooh. Yeah, heard her last man was a narc. Yeah, he really don't got no heart. Yeah, saber my tooth like a shark. She ride my dick till I slow up. Yeah, drink Hennessy till she throw up. Yeah, she about to go up. Hey, she really tore up. Yeah, I got my door up. Yeah, say I took your style, nigga, just grow up. Oh well. She ride my dick till I slow up. Yeah, drink Hennessy till she throw up. Yeah, she about to go up. Hey, she really tore up. Yeah, I got my door up. Yeah, say I took your style, nigga, just grow up. Oh well.
Yo, what's up, guys? Here we got the Nick Fuentes and Styxhexenhammer debate starting up soon. It should be starting in like a minute, so I'm already gonna leave this here and just wait for it to get on here. Uh, for those of you who've already watched me before, this is gonna be like my usual streams. The ones where I watch like stuff like this, I'll just leave it on, and then at the end, I'll just let you guys know what I think about everything. Um, Hopefully this doesn't start late or anything like that, but I don't think it will. So I'll just refresh it when it's 11 o'clock.
All videos I've previously done being available. Entire catalog.
All right, looks like it hasn't started yet, but it should start soon. I'm assuming it'll start in like a minute or two. Anyways, for those of you who don't know yet, I did launch my website yesterday. So if you guys haven't checked that out, make sure to check that out in the description. I have my link to my website over there. There's gonna be a lot more stuff happening on there soon, so it's kind of empty for now. But eventually, I'm gonna keep working on it. This is like the very, very beginning of that. It's gonna be a lot cooler soon, including the merch drop, which I'm planning for like around Christmas time.
Entire catalog of my entire catalog of all videos I've my entire catalog of my entire my entire catalog of all my entire catalog my entire catalog of all my entire catalog of all my entire catalog of all videos I previously my entire catalog of all my entire
Pepper's Groper says, "What's going on?" I have no idea. It should have started already, but I guess they're gonna be a little bit late. We'll give it a few more minutes. For some reason, I mean, it happens pretty much every time I do one of these things, so I'm kind of used to it by now. Apparently, Styx is ready, but we're waiting on Nick right now. I don't know. I wonder if Nick is awake right now. He had a long night last night on Twitter, so hopefully it doesn't take Nick too long to get on. Obviously, I don't know why he has like a tendency to be late to things. And that's more of like a recent thing. I remember like way back, like he used to be right on time, like almost every day for like all his shows and stuff. Beppis Groiper says it's Nick's strategy. He's like Putin shows up late on purpose. I don't know. We'll see if that strategy works. I mean, either way, I'm pretty sure he's gonna easily win the debate. He's debated Sticks before, so I watched like the last ones. I think there's at least one I remember. It was like about religion. Even if Nick's not here yet, they might as well just start the stream now. Or else people are probably just gonna fucking tune out for a bit. Like there used to be more people on here, and now like it went down like a couple hundred. There's like 600 people watching it on Odyssey. Now it's like lower. Looks like the stream just started, I think. Oh crap. I thought it said that at the bottom. Fuck, bro. This is gonna take a while. Oh no, I read the wrong thing. I read it said right now. I thought it meant that it was live right now. But on here it says he's not live, so All right, looks like it's finally starting. I don't know. Is this like a loading screen? I've never watched the kill stream like live before, so hopefully that means Nick's actually here right now, so it'll probably start in like a minute or two. Shout out to everyone in here who stuck around for like these past 10 minutes. There we go. Looks like they're actually here now. So
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the Kill Stream. We're here. Everything is set. No more songs. Can you believe that? All right, now let me unmute this tab so we can hear the participants. Nick Fuentes and Styx. They really need no introduction. Two legends here. Very glad to have them both here this morning. Hope all the tech, I think everything sounds good and all that. You've seen a lot of these. I hope you have at least. I don't do a lot of talking during them. I do have, like 5 questions here. More substantial questions written by my China expert, Nady Bakes, and I will intersperse those throughout. But for the most part, it's going to be participant-driven because that's how I like to do these. And people don't come to see me talk during these. They want to see these two talk. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and let you start off, Nick Fuentes. We're here talking about China, basically how dissidents to the U.S. should view China, approach China, and it could go a bunch of different places. But I'll let you start off proceedings here.
Okay, well, give me 1 second. Let me just get rid of Telegram. I keep getting these.
That's cool.
You ever get these notifications on Telegram every 10 seconds? So I just got to get rid of that. Okay, well, first of all, I want to say thank you, of course, Ethan Ralph, for hosting this. Thanks, Styx, for being here. Me and Styx were just chatting. It's been, I think, like 3 years since we've had a conversation at all, since we've even talked, since we had our last debate. So it's good to speak with you again. Always a pleasure. And I guess we'll just dive in because I've been eager for this debate. This is a very important conversation, very important topic. And I've talked about this a lot on my show. I know Styx has talked about this a lot on BitChute. I've watched a lot of your videos to prepare for this. And so, for my opening statement, I guess about China, I would say this. I think it goes without saying that China is the #1 geopolitical rival and foe of the United States of America, and will be for the 21st century. That much is not disputed. It's really more about how China concerns us as American dissidents in the United States, which is the question at hand. And so, like I said, I've covered this on my show at length and specifically covered a lot of the anti-China hysteria, anti-China fear-mongering, and general anti-China posture of the American regime, as it pertains to China's rise economically and militarily, specifically in just the last 5 years. I guess you could say with the election of Donald Trump, this has become in vogue. This is really the new consensus. For a long time, conservatives pointed out rightly, I think, that our government and the American regime was naive to the threat of China or ignored the threat of China. And, even neocons, even never Trump conservatives, liberals will acknowledge that it was Donald Trump that came in 2016 and changed the consensus. It was really just him acknowledging that China was, they were taking advantage of us economically and so on, that, suddenly the American regime started to go all in on the anti-China stuff. So I'll say that my position on China is that insofar as the American regime is the enemy of the American people and American dissidents, a rising China, which is growing more powerful relative to the American regime and in absolute terms as well, that is a good thing for us. And I want to be careful when I say us and strictly define my terms here. When I say us, I mean American dissidents. I mean specifically middle American radicals. You could say American whites, American conservatives. A rising China is good for us, the real historic American nation, the American people, and the political faction that represents them. A lot of people will conflate who the we is. They say that the essence of politics is the us versus them distinction. And too often people conflate who we really are. They'll say things like, we need to fight China. We need to stand up to China. China is going to come after us. And we have to be careful about who we're defining as us and them. China is rising against not the American people, but against the American regime. China is a threat to the American regime. It's the American regime that is standing up to China. It's the American regime that is antagonistic towards China, not us. And it's important to make that distinction because the American regime sees an enemy in China, just like the American regime sees an enemy in the American people. And you look at our top military brass, Department of Defense, Pentagon, and these people talk about the Americans that were at the Capitol on January 6th and Trump voters and white identitarians and say that they're terrorists. And then they go and they say that China is running concentration camps and, they're acting like Hitler in East Asia. And I think that, of course, the overlap there is that, well, both America and China have an enemy in the American regime. So, insofar as the American regime is the number one greatest threat to American dissidents, and insofar as China is a threat to the power and the global hegemony of the American regime, a rising China is good for us, the American dissidents. And, that's a summary of my views. I'm sure we're going to flesh out all the specifics, but I think that's a good place to leave it off for my opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Go ahead, Styx. It's your turn.
All right, I would say first and foremost, you've got to understand that a lot of the problems that are perceived of in the Western world, and I think on that we don't even necessarily disagree, are either China-like or China-sponsored. The idea that China is some sort of a help or an ally to U.S. dissidents makes absolutely no sense. The sort of excessives and problems that we see in the United States, and there are many, I don't deny that, towards people who are outside of the mainstream, regardless of their particular viewpoints, are even worse in China, or again, are sponsored in part in the West by China. We see U.S. corporations that have outsourced to China, trying to lean on athletes, trying to lean on workers, and so forth. We see certainly critical race theory, which is probably the biggest thing that people are talking about, at least at the moment, because of the Virginia election, is sponsored in part by China. There is Chinese propaganda that is literally pushing it in the Western world. We see a situation where all of the problems and excesses that you and I both understand, censorship, etc., are either worse in China or are pushed in part by them. Chinese ties to U.S. businesses is the problem. When we look at the masturbation, I've termed it, in the Western world, we have a real good doppelganger of that if we look even back 2 or 3 decades in China. Now, that was about air pollution, not about anything stylistic. It wasn't a magical panacea for COVID, which, again, was created in part by China, but it exists. China literally about 5 days ago banned Let's Go Brandon. You know that rap song that was created that was trending on Apple? They banned that from TikTok for disinformation. Now, how is China based? How is it better than the West? What I would say is this. The same problems, the same fundamental central problems exist both in China and in the West. That's fairly clear. The difference is in the West, if you anger the government or you criticize the government, you don't get taken to a re-education camp. The economy, while it has many, many problems, is not set up to fail like China, which has $5 trillion just in private development debt at the moment waiting to blow up in its face. China is a paper dragon. I've said this for years. We saw their stock market shocks years ago. They managed to recover from that in part, but then they had to do a lot of debt spending. They're in the same boat as the Western world. The other part that I would say, at least economically, is that China is reliant upon its ability to export to the Western world. Just the other day on Xinhua News, which I don't know if you follow, but I assume that you do, they were praising the WTO. They were praising the World Trade Organization and saying, well, multilateralism is a good thing. We support globalism. Now, you're America first. You're Nick Fuentes. But you're arguing in favor of China, or at least Chinese-style policies. I don't see that as very America first. I see this as America last. I see a situation where in the Western world, we're capable of speaking out. We're capable of agency. We're capable of actually changing things. The problem is that under a Chinese model, you're not capable of changing things. If the government of the United States says there's going to be a vaccine mandate, businesses sue, states sue, we've got a 10th Amendment, individuals sue, and then things play out in the court. There's the possibility of blocking that authoritarianism. In China, if you disagree with state policy, you end up like Alibaba's founder, and you end up in a re-education camp for a month. There's the difference. They don't have that hope. They don't have the possibility of that kind of agency. It's been stripped from them. It's already a tyrannical system. They're trying to export that tyrannical system to the West. And it's not China versus the Western world. These Chinese people here, the Chicoms, the literal communists, are standing against imperialism. No, they stand for imperialism. They just want it to benefit China more, which is why they have a base in Nicaragua, along with their failed canal. It's why they're in Djibouti. It's why there's the String of Pearls. It's just as imperialistic and globalistic. The difference is that they don't have the projective force and keep making mistakes because central planning doesn't work as well.
Yeah. Okay. So are we just going to do Ethan back and forth?
Yeah, just go back and forth, and then I'll bring my question in after you guys talk for a little bit.
Okay. I like that term, Chicom. I'm a Chicom, and I would say.
Oh no, I don't say that you are. I'm saying that you are siding with their ideology.
Yes. And I would say more specifically, it's not just China first, it's the People's Republic of China first, just so there's no ambiguity, just so there's no confusion of, this Taiwanese dogs, Western puppets. No, I'm People's Republic, Communist Party of China first. Now, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic and silly there, but you covered a lot there. I'll say in the first place, it is important to compare the systems of America and China, but honestly, that's really less relevant. I might agree with you that the Chinese system is, well, I don't think there's any question. The Chinese system is more totalitarian. Absolutely.
Well, there we go.
As far as censorship goes, as far as, the treatment of dissidents in China, I think we're in agreement on that.
But isn't this a debate about dissidents in the first place?
Yes.
Well, so how would a system that's more totalitarian benefit them?
Let me get to that, okay? Let me get to that. So I agree with you that it's slightly more authoritarian. I think, though, that if you're trying to say that the United States is better, I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Is it marginally better? Maybe. You say, well, if you have the wrong opinion, you won't be dragged to a re-education camp. Well, I wouldn't be so sure that that's going to be the case within 5 years. And I would also say that there's a lot of other things going on too. I'm on a no-fly list. The Fed sees $500,000 from me. There's really nothing I could do about it. I'm debanked. I've had my checking accounts, business and personal, banned by banks. I'm banned from every payment processor. Banks ban me from processing payments through payment processors. I'm banned from all the social media platforms. I'm sure, you're very familiar with the online censorship. So, I will say that on a technical level, is China more authoritarian? I don't think there's an argument there. Yes, I think they are. I don't know if that'll be true for very long. I'll also say that I don't know that the differences are really that important. I think it's almost naive to make the case that China is much better. I would also say that their authoritarianism is qualitatively different because, they're authoritarian and they're probably more coercive, but toward what end? In America, the coercion is directed at this very toxic, progressive, liberal ideology. So, when you're being put on the no-fly list or, you're being deplatformed or debanked or whatever, it's because you love America too much. In short, it's because you talk about Jewish power. It's because you talk about white identity. It's because you are proud of being white. It's because you're proud of your country. You're proud of your ancestors. And maybe you're too chauvinistic about it, or maybe you're too prideful about your identity. People are not being dragged to concentration camps in China because they're too proud of their identity. And so that's a very important qualitative difference between the systems. You might say that, yes, the Chinese system is more severe, and that's because it's the East. China is a much more hierarchical society. It's one that definitely rewards deference as opposed to individualism, collectivism as opposed to, individual expression. But when it comes to these two different systems, the important difference is, well, what are the principles underlying the authority? In China, they're upholding Confucian principles, traditional Chinese principles. They're nationalistic to the point of like Han, ethnic Chinese supremacy. In America, you're being punished, albeit not to the same extent, but you are being punished severely because you don't hate yourself. You don't hate your identity. You don't hate your country.
I don't hate myself, and other than algorithmic demotion on YouTube, I'm doing just fine.
Well, so, I'm not. And there's other people too.
Well, then you're a rugged individualist.
People
but in China, they wouldn't have frozen your bank account. They would have confiscated
you can't interrupt.
penny.
You got to make my point, okay?
Let him get in and finish your point, and then let him get in. Thanks, Nick. Go ahead.
Sure. So Well, I guess we could take these because you covered a lot of ground there, but I'll just say in the first, so yeah, I mean, to summarize, I don't actually think, because we'll get into how this pertains to dissidents in China and America. I don't think it's super relevant to compare the systems. I will say, though, China's social credit system, while more severe, definitely rewards, or I should say punishes things according to a different principle than America. And I would say that those principles are superior. I would say that the principles underlying our system are inferior. And I would say that if you think the American system is much better than China, I think that's naive, especially when you look at not yourself, but I mean, the real edge cases like myself or Andrew Anglin or Alex Jones or Laura Loomer, and, not just the retaliation that they get directly from the state, but the retaliation they get from private companies, from NGOs, from, the so-called woke mob. The whole society kind of plays a role in that. So,
but none of you people have stopped talking. You're just not on the same platforms. You're helping to innovate. See, here's the thing. If you get suppressed in the United States, it can be shitty. It's shitty for me when I get algorithmically demoted. It's shitty for you when you get censored. But you're capable of going to a different platform, making your case, putting your material out there. There is a chance that you are heard. You're heard by probably tens of thousands of people at least every single day just on your own website. If you are in China and you are a dissident, because this is a debate, I guess, about the role of dissidents and the various kinds of nationalism, you don't get to go to a different site because there is no other site. The government looks over everything. I found it very funny you mentioning Jews. When you talked to Robert Barnes, actually, in your interview, didn't you say something akin to Israel spying on the U.S. and then selling secrets literally to China?
Yes.
Did you point that out explicitly? I think so. And then you're talking about Laura Loomer, who happens to be Jewish. I don't think, in the broad ideological sense, necessarily is a fan of yours, at least on that particular token. What are you talking about? And by the way, if China continued to grow, and I don't believe that they will, because they've got various economic issues, we can get into them potentially separately. If China continues to grow, it's shown imperialistic tendencies in the Spratlys, in Djibouti, with its base there, Nicaragua Canal / base, etc. They would eventually be sucking the cock of Israel just as hard because there's money to be made in it. Don't believe for a second that the Chicoms want anything other than money. They're communist in name. The free market facade that they have is set up to entrap Western businesses. They love Western money. They have no problem with it. They just want to subjugate it on the moral level. That's all they want. China ultimately is not a friend to any dissident movement in the Western world. Again, we can look at TikTok, a Chinese app. Now, it's cast off as a spyware app. Let's let that go. It doesn't even matter. They're banning Let's Go Brandon. So keep this in mind, everyone. Let's Go Brandon is allowed on Apple. It gets kicked off YouTube for medical disinfo. Elsewise, even the big tech sites don't care. It's become a chant at sports stadiums that in China, if you do that sort of thing, you get put in the gulag. Meanwhile, TikTok bans it. No, you're not allowed to say that. Why do you think that is? If you want to support Chinese nationalism, you should just become a Biden supporter like Richard Spencer, because Beijing Biden will definitely bring you closer to it with more and more centrality and masks on everyone and more misery for everyone.
Okay, so, it's funny you say, well, in China, they spy on everybody. It's like in America, they spy on everybody. In America, we have the NSA. No.
That's not what I was saying. I'm not even focusing on the TikTok spyware application.
No, you said earlier, you said in China, you said in America, I still have a platform. In China, there's no other site, and they spy on everybody. In America, they spy on everybody.
No, I explicitly said there's just no other platform. I didn't mention spying. You're spied on in the United States. No, you're spied on in the United States.
Yeah.
I'm not denying that.
You're spied on.
The difference is but that has nothing to do with deplatforming, and it certainly has nothing to do with whether China's good for dissidents.
It has to do with political control and dissent. Absolutely, it does. I mean,
in the United States, you got your bank accounts. In the United States, you got your bank accounts frozen. In China, you would have gotten them confiscated and ended up in a goddamn gulag.
You know,
you
again-
wouldn't be talking to me
again,
right now.
we
You
can
wouldn't be
do-
talking here on the kill stream.
Yeah, I know that, and we agreed that China is marginally worse. But like I said, you're naive.
It's not. No, it's
You're
beyond
naive if you
marginally.
think we're not headed in the same direction, and if you think
That's
that
the
things
whole
are so
point.
much better. Okay, can I rebut or
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
going
Listen,
on?
hold on,
Nick.
gentlemen. Wait, gentlemen. I like to
You
let
just
it
made
go.
my point.
Wait, Sticks, hold on, man, hold on. I like to let it go, but every once in a while I get so heated that we can't, get people's ideas out there. Go ahead, let Nick get his thought out,
Okay.
and then you can respond. Go ahead.
So, in the first place, of course, America spies, and the relevance for that is that is political control. When they can spy on your checking accounts, when they can see, Apple talks about they're going to use AI to scan everybody's iCloud and everything. This is very relevant. When DHS says they're going to hire private contractors to circumvent the laws to embed themselves in private group chats and then go after those people with the federal law enforcement, with FBI, based on private contractors turning over information from private group chats that they act as CIs in to the feds. Of course, that's an extension of political control against the dissidents. And, when you say, well, you still have a platform, this reminds me of back when I had Twitter. Leftists would always say, censorship isn't real. You're still on Twitter. It's like, yeah, and I won't be for long, and I'm banned on everything else. And I would say the same thing. I mean, you tell me, well, you have another site. Yeah, well, probably not for long because, again, if you look in the edge cases, like Daily Stormer and 8chan, those are sites that are banned from Cloudflare. Those are sites that are banned from nearly every domain registrar. They're banned from every payment processor. They were talking about earlier this year, there's this consortium of 14 of the world's largest telecoms companies came together after the Christchurch shooting a few years ago. And they came out with a letter earlier this year saying that they were particularly concerned after the Capitol, after 1/6, saying they were particularly concerned with how white nationalists and other dissident actors in America are gathering not on the platforms, but on websites at all, on the internet. And so I think ultimately where they're going to go is down the same path as China. I mean, the writing is on the wall. They ban everybody from YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. I'm banned from all of it. I'm banned from almost every platform. You don't think the day is going to come when they take Telegram off the App Store? You don't think the day is going to come when they ban dissidents from even having websites? I mean, who knows if that's going to happen or how long it's going to take, but certainly that's a trajectory. I don't think anybody should be saying, hey, America's so great because, if you get banned from literally everything, you can build a custom site on a hidden server and, go from payment processor to payment processor, et cetera. Just to give you an example, we're trying to do these anti-vaccine rallies in America, which you said we have such a big free speech right to speak out about. We've tried to get permits for rallies in public places, like at the Illinois State Capitol and in New York City, we're trying to get permits. This happened ever since 1/6. Now, whenever you try to get a permit to go to like a governor's mansion or a state capitol, they ask you for insurance. You have to have insurance to do a rally. Then you go to literally every insurance company and they don't cover you. We're trying to get a general liability policy for my nonprofit and we can't find one company. We even have an insurance agent who's a friend of ours who says, we support what you do. We can't find one private insurance company that will give us a general liability policy. And that's not even to speak of insurance companies that will cover specifically rallies. They don't cover political rallies anymore. And it's like, these are the forms of censorship. Yeah, they're not dragging people to concentration camps. I think we established that from the beginning. It's not as bad, but don't kid yourself. You're naive if you think America's this free and open society. Certainly it isn't. And it's trending, of course, in the wrong direction. But by the way, really, all of this is notwithstanding the central point, which is this, and this is maybe to get to the relevance of the debate. And by the way, you made this drive-by remark about Laura Loomer got censored, therefore Jewish power isn't real. What is that, a joke?
That's not what I said.
Well, I think that was somewhat of an
You brought up
insinuation.
Loomer. I didn't bring her
In
up.
any
You
case,
brought her up immediately after talking about Israel and Jews.
You made some drive-by shot about, you talk about Jewish power, but Laura Loomer is banned, and Israel
I never said that.
tech to China. It's like, okay.
You said
Jewish
that
power is real.
in your debate with Barnes. Now, can I please respond at some point?
Well,
because you're making your point
but then we got to
for me.
get into how this is relevant, because this is not, and I said this earlier,
Yeah.
I said it's really not even relevant. It's not about a nationalism. It's about American dissidents and how China benefits them. So
Yeah, I mean,
response.
you brought up Loomer initially, along with Alex Jones and others. What I would say is this:
cases of censorship.
okay, that's wonderful. What I'm saying is this: you're almost making my point for me. You're talking about the United States going off in the wrong direction and making a comparison to China while you're supporting the concept of Chinese nationalism. It's almost beyond words why you would think that was a smart idea in a debate, number one, and number two, why you would think that was politically relevant.
But they're not censoring because they're trying to be like Confucian. They're not. They're not doing that as like censorship.
Neither
is
China. Neither is China. That's
China
a bunch of horseshit. China's not doing it out of some spiritual bullshit principles. China's doing it for money,
just like America.
For money.
You can't say censorship is a Chinese principle. Censorship is neutral. You said,
when did I say that?
You said I'm in favor of Chinese nationalism, but you complain about censorship. It's like that's a non sequitur. It does not follow.
Chinese censorship is objectively worse. Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah,
it just hasn't impacted you as much because you're not on the Chinese intranet. If you were a Chinese citizen, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's
because I could talk about, I wouldn't be censored in China because I would be talking about white identity and I'd be talking. No, of course.
No, you'd be Chinese and you'd be talking about Chinese identity.
I'd be supporting China. I'd be supporting China and I wouldn't be censored for it.
So you'd be a bootlicker.
No, I would
just be replicating. You'd just be replicating what was said on Xinhua News.
I would be a nationalist.
You wouldn't have anything dissident to say. So why is this a debate about dissidents?
Because China. Well, here's why this is a debate about dissidents. I mean, notwithstanding the non sequitur.
Can I make one other point really quickly? Because you sounded exactly like Richard Spencer there for a minute, talking about businesses in the United States being regulated, etc. But the difference is in the United States, you are capable of waging a legal battle against the government. You may not win, and I've pointed out many times it's lopsided in favor of the government. It's not naivete. It's lopsided in the favor of the government, but you're capable of waging that fight. You are capable, if you have the fortitude, to at least try. You can't in China. Their top billionaire, the richest man in China, got taken off to a re-education camp for a month because he questioned their central policy with regards to certain business regulations. What does that mean for the average dissident? Well, you're not going to find many in China because, well, you will, but they'll be in gulags. In the United States, dissidents like you and me talk on YouTube. There's the difference. It's as clear as night and day.
Are the gulags coming though, Styx? I mean, do you know? I mean, what do you say to that? We're on that track.
That's literally another point that I would like to make. You're predicting that we will be China-fied, but you're talking about China as though it's a good thing, like an example to go after because of the vague ethno-state model you perceive them of having. Yet you're talking about all these terrible things that China does, and we're moving towards them, and you're naive if you think that we're not. Exactly. And I oppose them. I'm not in favor of those Chinese policies. Chairman Cheng will fail. China will fall. I'm not in favor of those policies.
What I said earlier.
What are you talking about, dude?
What I said earlier is that if you look at the qualitative differences between the censorship regime, you can't just say, well, China censors, America censors, therefore America's China-fied. America would be China-fied if the censorship was predicated on national self-interest,
but it's not in China either.
The self-interest of the people. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. The Chinese government is corrupt and so on, but I think you're being a little bit willfully ignorant about what I'm saying. In China, they're censoring people that are opposing the government. In America, they're censoring people that are opposing the government too. But in America, what is the regime? The regime is BLM, LGBT, trans, it's all that. So when America bans you from Twitter and those things,
funded.
Okay. When America bans you from Twitter, it's because
Democrats have been taking billions of dollars from Chinese slush funds since the 90s.
That's great.
Don't pretend that China doesn't have a role in that.
Okay, thank you. In America, when you speak out against the government, you're speaking out against sexual deviancy, you're speaking out against replacement migration. Those are the things that get you censored. In America, censorship regime, sure, but that's what it's predicated on. In China, nobody's being censored because they say, I'm proud to be Chinese. I'm Chinese. Chinese are the best in the world. China #1. You're not censored for that. In America, you are. If you in America say, I'm proud of my ancestors. I love Robert E. Lee. I've got the battle flag. I've got, I love George Washington and those things. That's what's being shut down in the curriculum. That's what's being censored. That's what the lynch mobs are about. And so if America were China-fied, I don't think China-fication is they have digital censorship. China-fication would be they have this kind of like this nationalism. They have bordering on jingoism. It's like they're chauvinist, bordering on like ethnic supremacy. That would be China-fication if they were censoring on those grounds. And I said, yeah, Chinese censorship is a little bit worse, but it's important what they're censoring. At least the regime in China, nominally, if not perfectly actualized, nominally they are for the Chinese people. They're celebrating their Chinese traditions and culture. In America, we have an elite which is parasitic, and yeah, I guess all elites are parasitic to some extent, I'm sure you'd agree. But we have an elite that's parasitic, hostile to the idea that nations even exist, hostile to the idea of America. So it's completely different. And to get to the point, to finally arrive at the point, you say, well, it's about dissidents. It's not necessarily, or dissent. It's not even necessarily about dissent. It's about us as dissidents. That's why I said it's so important that we define who the us is. In America, we dissent against the American government. In China, Chinese dissidents dissent against the Chinese government. America backs Chinese dissidents, like the Hong Kongers, like Taiwan is basically a bulwark of resistance against China. We support the cause of the Uyghurs and so on. Why? Because the dissidents in China threaten the stability of China. The dissidents in China challenge the Beijing. They challenge the government. So America, being a rival power, backs them in the same way that America backs the Russian dissidents, and the same way that Russia harbors Julian Assange. Russia supports American dissidents and harbors American dissidents because it undermines America's moral credibility, moral legitimacy in the world, and it's supporting actors that challenge the American regime in Washington, D.C. It is for the same reason that a rising China benefits us, because if China is an adversary to America, then American dissidents become China's friend. The reason they say that Russia, it's true. The reason that they say Russia backed Donald Trump is because, I don't think that happened, but there's some truth in this. The reason they say that is because Trump wanted to break apart NATO. That is something that Russia wants. Trump
so, Nick, do you have a TikTok channel?
No, I got banned from TikTok. But TikTok was bought out by an American company. TikTok was bought out by an American company. Remember when Trump said, we're going to ban TikTok from America unless they sell to an American holding company?
TikTok is governed in part by Chinese ideology, Nick.
Oh, Chinese ideology, but I believe they're owned by an American holding company, right? Didn't Trump say that he would ban TikTok unless they sold it to an American company?
No, that's not real.
Jurisdiction matters, Styx. Yes, we just got done talking about civics. Jurisdiction matters. Oh, it's under American jurisdiction. And anyway, there was a whole row about this. There was a row about American control over TikTok. So to say that TikTok is a form of Chinese, they censored you anyway. It's like TikTok is beholden to American regulators. TikTok is beholden to pressure from American companies. If anything, you're proving my point. So,
TikTok is definitely, TikTok is definitely influenced by the West, the same as certain Chinese firms can be influenced by U.S. interests because they're all globalist. Again, Xinhua News was congratulating the WTO just earlier today, talking about how wonderful globalism was. These people are all interconnected. The ghost, the boogeyman of Chinese nationalism as being something that's ethnic, number one, is completely wrong. They're doing business in Africa. They're branching out into Nicaragua. They're building roads and shit in Serbia and in Pakistan. Where's the ethno-nationalism here? They're world policing, or at least projecting as much as the West. And by the way, no, TikTok is a Chinese company. It is still Chinese spyware. It still operates on the same principles. The fact that there would be an American holding company for an element of the company doesn't make it less Chinese.
And absolutely
and that's the reality.
Because
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because we're talking about jurisdictions here. We're talking about state actors.
That would be like saying that YouTube is a Chinese. That would be like saying Google is a Chinese company because Google built a browser and put it in China.
America. Because Google's an American company owned by Americans, subject to American law.
That's not the headquarters. It's
Alphabet.
a holding company.
Okay, Alphabet, whatever.
Yeah, Rumble is a Canadian company, and they've got a headquarters now in Florida. They're building one in Sarasota. That doesn't mean that that they're
You know,
not
now
also
you're
a
just not arguing
Canadian
in good
company?
faith. You're not arguing in good faith.
It's the same thing.
That
It's a
TikTok
Canadian-
is subject to American jurisdiction
Canadian-
is irrelevant. They're
Okay,
Chinese
no.
because they were founded by Chinese.
No, the Let's Go Brandon song, how do you know that that was banned because there was an American holding company and not because the Chinese wanted it? Because they're great friends of Joe Biden. They always have been. They love
Why
his
do you
son.
think that is? Why do you think that is? If TikTok
Again-
is owned by Oracle, which is big tech, which contracts with the federal government, you don't see why
There's a similarity here.
Let's Go Biden or Let's Go Brandon.
How do you know? Do you have
How
their
do we
internal
know? It's
papers?
because
Do you have their internal emails?
no, of course
Or
not.
maybe
But
it was because
you can't
people
say
were
that it's because
criticizing
of
their golden boy in the White House.
Chi-Com's banned. Let's Go Brandon. They don't care. They don't care if people say Let's Go Brandon.
It's the same thing as Rumble. A Canadian company puts up a headquarters in Florida. All of a sudden, some of their content becomes subject to Floridian and U.S. federal law. That doesn't mean it's not a Canadian company founded by Canadians. TikTok is a Chinese company founded by Chinese people with a holding in the United States, which partially regulates them according to U.S. law. But when they ban something, you can't, honestly, in good faith, with logic and reason behind you, you can't say, well, it was obviously because of the U.S. branch of this firm.
Yeah,
it was obviously because of
an
that.
American
It couldn't be
company
that the
censored an American
Chinese.
dissident.
No, the Chinese would never bristle at the idea that their golden boy in the White House would be.
Okay,
ridiculed.
but you know,
let's
let's get on to that subject because you keep saying, you said Beijing, Biden, and their golden boy in the White House. How come then the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is saying that we're going to go to war over Taiwan? How come our UN ambassador is saying we're going to go to war over Taiwan? How come we're over there antagonizing them over Taiwan?
That wasn't said. Well, first, that wasn't said.
That's the first time.
No,
that is what they said.
What they said is that they would if Taiwan was invaded because we have a defense treaty with them.
Yeah, and
Well,
by the way, this is
choice.
unprecedented. This is unprecedented. This is the first time.
That is true.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
this is the first time.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. So Beijing Biden, his DOD and his State Department is saying for the first time, we are willing to go to war to keep up our defense alliance.
And do you know what that's called?
That's
called bluster. That's called bullshit.
Well, what? Well, I thought
It's
he was
called
Beijing
bluster.
Biden. I thought he's Beijing Biden. Why is he blustering with the Chinese? Shouldn't he be Bennett? And by the way,
why did he end the trade struggle with
the
China
Atlantic
then that
Council-
Trump began? If he hates China so much, why did he end the trade war
the tariffs
against
are still in
China?
place.
Okay, why did he end an attempt to extend those tariffs that Trump?
Oh, he
put in
didn't
place?
end it. He just didn't. He's just not going further. Maybe because there's a giant supply chain crisis. But you acknowledge yourself that.
So he
tariffs
cares
remain
about
in
the
place.
supply chain crisis. Then why is he also trying to fire a bunch of longshoremen with his OSHA mandate? See, nothing
Well,
you're
that's got to
saying
do with the
ultimately
vaccine
makes
mandate.
logical
These
sense.
are all no, because what you're saying are non sequiturs. You know, to say, and that's
No, what I'm
obviously
saying is
deceptive because
correct.
you said, oh well, Biden ended the trade war, and you just said, well, actually, no, he didn't. He just didn't extend it like Trump had planned on doing. But the tariffs are still there. The defense secretary threatened war over Taiwan. What's
No, he
more?
didn't.
You look at the Atlantic Council, they're talking about
war
Chinese
was not
influence.
threatened.
You look at the
War
State
was not
Department,
threatened.
they're talking about Chinese influence for the first time. This is in the last year.
Your entire
Mark
debate so far
Zuckerberg,
goes
Jeff
down to
Bezos.
misrepresenting what has been said by various people. War
It's
was
the
not
opposite.
threatened with Taiwan.
It's the opposite. You said that Biden ended the trade war. He didn't end the trade war. The tariffs are still there.
He's not fighting any trade war.
The tariffs are still there. Are they or are they not?
That's not a continuation of the trade war. Trump was
tariffs
continuing to
aren't
fight
a
it.
trade war. Tariffs aren't a trade war. The Trump tariffs that he put in place to cripple Chinese manufacturing that
Which is a
Biden
good thing, by the
kept,
way.
that Biden kept, that's not continuing the trade war.
No,
And when
continuing
they
to
threaten war over
extend the
Taiwan, that's
tariffs is
bluster,
a
which
trade
doesn't
war.
count. But he's their golden boy, right?
War
That
was
doesn't
not
make any
threatened.
sense.
War wasn't threatened.
Okay, they said we'll go to war if Taiwan is invaded, which has never been
Is
said
Taiwan?
before. Which
Is
has never been
Taiwan?
said
Do you
before.
believe Taiwan will be invaded? Because I think that's horseshit. I think that's
no, but I
posturing.
hope that they get invaded.
There we
I hope
go.
that they do, but
So
that
that's
won't
not a
happen.
threat of war.
Yes, it is. And either way,
It's
it's
not.
an unprecedented statement. Even Trump didn't say that, and Trump was supposedly this war hawk against China. The point I'm trying to make broadly is that, you know, Biden is not a competent, this is not a real political actor. We are talking about a figurehead for the deep state. We're talking about
true.
a figurehead for State Department, intelligence community, etc. All those people, all those bureaucrats, they want war with China. Those people are not, they're not in any sense.
They don't want war with
Beijing
China. They'd
or
lose all
anything
their
like that.
investments. China
Well,
is
then-
globalistic. They've absorbed trillions of
Why
dollars
is
of
it then?
investments.
What's with all the saber rattling then over Taiwan? Why
It's
not just
posturing.
give it to them? Why not just give it to them?
It's posturing.
Why not give it
And
to
why
them?
should any? We can't give anything. Taiwan's an independent nation. They have to make their own decisions.
Well, they're not independent. If we gave up our
Sure
defense
are.
pact with them, China would come in and seize them.
Doubtful.
China
would have to have a functioning navy first.
Oh, please. Oh, please. Taiwan
have
is
to have a
right off the
navy
coast.
first.
The idea that Taiwan could put up a defense by itself is laughable, and you know that. The only thing that's
No, they
standing
could.
between Beijing controlling Taiwan is America, which we're doing now more aggressively.
That's nonsensical.
And what's more is it's not just the DOD, it's not just the State Department, it's even big tech. Like if you went back 4 years ago or something, I remember it was Google said they would not do contracts with the Pentagon. They said, we will not make weapons of war for the Pentagon. In recent years, all the big tech companies, Zuckerberg, Bezos, Facebook, Google, all of them, they have all lined up to get these big contracts with the federal government and said, if we want to outcompete with Chinese big tech, if we want to outcompete with China, we've got to work with America. And they specifically say this nonsense about we have to ensure the world is safe for democracy. And that's why Facebook and Google have to partner with the federal government to compete with Chinese big tech, to compete with the Chinese government. It's like, so you're trying to say that like there's this, and don't get me wrong, there's some Chinese influence. You have Eric Swalwell had an Asian mistress. Yeah, okay. But the idea that American big tech and the American State Department are like not opposed to China, that's just ridiculous. And like none of the evidence supports that.
Nick, there was a report just last year that several million Chinese loyalists had infiltrated things in the Western world. So is that not influence? Or what about Feinstein's limo driver too?
Oh, Feinstein's limo driver. And yeah, I mean, sure, probably
for about
a lot
20
of the
years, if I remember correctly.
I'm sure a lot of the foreign students are probably Chinese spies. There's no doubt about that. But I mean, that's
so China spies on the West.
Yeah,
we're moving in a
China.
Chinese direction. We're moving in a Chinese direction that's more totalitarian, and that's not a good thing. But we should be more like China. What exactly is your point? They're not going to welcome.
Are you playing dumb right now?
No, let's say that the United States adopted Chinese-style ethno-nationalistic sentiment. So you can't parse the ethno-nationalism from the rest of China, so it's become more totalitarian. Do you think you wouldn't have other views that would get you gulagged if you spoke out at all?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Then that would be a problem.
Yeah, I agree.
So then why are you arguing on behalf of that kind of system? Simply because of race?
I'm not arguing on behalf of their system. I never argue, and I said that at the
what
beginning.
exactly are you arguing then?
Yeah, let me explain it. You keep interrupting me, but I don't even think you understand what I'm arguing.
I was told this was fundamentally about U.S. versus Chinese nationalism.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, and I said in my opening statement, I said that the rise of China is good for American dissidents insofar as we share a common enemy in the American regime. That's my point. And I said earlier, it's besides the point. I said at the beginning, it's besides the point to compare the two systems. I said, yes, Chinese is probably more severe. I said, but qualitatively different in important ways. I said, but that's besides the point that you have this sort of arbitrage in the sense that American dissidents against the American regime, our enemy is the American regime. America's government is the biggest problem in the world. The globalists that run the American government are the biggest problem in the world.
Then you should be a libertarian.
They happen to be the biggest problem for us. So as long as China is making that regime relatively less powerful, that's a good thing. It's evil people that specifically hate us, and they right now have global hegemony. If China can shake things up and create a bilateral world order, or a bipolar world order, I should say, that's a good thing for us. The less of the world that is controlled, and then therefore the less power that is wielded by the evil people in our own government that we're under their jurisdiction that they have, that's better. That's all I said. So I'm not arguing that China's...
But Nick, let's say that the Western sphere shrinks. That doesn't mean the U.S. government has less power over U.S. citizens and therefore U.S. dissidents. It just means that they're not capable of extending their power to Panama or something. How the hell does that help U.S. dissidents?
It helps U.S. dissidents in the same way that America can stir up problems in other countries. I mean, it's not...
But what does that have to do with domestic
Revolution.
censorship? What does that have to do with domestic censorship or anything like that that concerns us specifically?
Okay, let's entertain a hypothetical. In the future, China's more powerful, and Darren Beattie has talked about this too. what if China were to go in and say, we're going to open up our servers and we're going to host American sites. We're going to open up our payment processors and process American payments for American dissidents. What if? That is, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that they're going to do that, but that's an example of what becomes possible. The possibilities open up for an alternative to American hegemony to present itself.
We already have that.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
There's
new tech. New tech is out there. We're innovating.
Okay.
We're making things more censorship preserving against censorship.
Right, because we have BitChute and we have Rumble. Don't get me wrong.
You can use them.
I admire the efforts of people creating alternative tech, but in the grand scheme of things, this is a losing proposition. Insofar as they control the state.
It would be better to put your servers in a third world country than to put them in China, because China is heavily censored. Well, why not move them to Laos?
But could
or
you let me ask
Thailand
you
or
this, Styx,
something?
could you see a scenario where China does start helping dissidents in the United States, or giving them some type of benefit or like platform to use?
No, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because then they would get attacked by the same corporate powers in the West that are trying to flummox those people already. And China is a money sponge. They do not care about your right to free speech. They don't even comprehend the concept. The only thing they care, the only thing the Chinese government cares about is money. So they're not going to piss off big tech. They're not going to piss off anything else in the Western world. They're not going to help you. If China became a monopolar power, you'd be in the same goddamn boat that you're in, except that instead of being harassed by the government, having an account frozen, you'd have it confiscated. Instead of being questioned, you'd be put in a goddamn gulag. That's the only difference.
Here's the thing.
Yes.
You keep, honestly, I don't even think you have an argument. You keep saying things that are obvious, like China likes to make money. China has colonies in Africa. China built a canal in Nicaragua. Yeah, that's not an argument. The argument that I'm making is that, and this is, I've yet to hear a dispute from this, the American regime is targeting American dissidents. I mean, I don't think we really need to explain, because exactly. But how will change in regime come from within when the American state and the American big tech and the American academia and entertainment complex, these are the most powerful institutions within our country. So something has to come from without our country. There is no institution in America, yes it does, that can rise up and challenge the American system where there's a monopoly, where a globalist class has a total monopoly on power. We saw what happened when we tried to—
They have the same monopoly in China, Nick.
Yeah,
that's the whole
obviously,
point.
But China's a rival to America. Beijing is a rival
and it
to
won't
DC.
be, but it's not a rival within the country. It's a rival without the country.
Yes,
you are
but
arguing.
China can
you are
influence
arguing
America's
for a competing
domestic affairs.
No, it
That's
can't.
the
You're
point.
arguing. Yes, it does.
Influence America's domestic affairs.
Well, it definitely does in the case of
which is it? You just said they don't. Now they do. They can only do bad things, but not good things.
It encourages critical race theory and censorship and all the other things we have to fuck with.
Really? How?
Absolutely.
How?
Their official Chinese propaganda, Xinhua News, is constantly pushing this stuff. Don't you pay attention to them? That's their official mouthpiece.
Xinhua News. I don't read Xinhua
News. That is the official Chinese state mouthpiece. I look at
which
their
is it?
material
Do they
every single
influence
day.
domestic affairs, or do they not? They do, right?
They do not directly influence.
They don't. They can't directly influence American affairs.
This is not an either-or argument. They're both true. Let me explain for a moment.
They both can and cannot?
They don't make decisions on behalf of the U.S. government pertinent to things like censorship. However, they do influence U.S. businesses, not the government, but businesses, to do the sort of things that are done to you, that are done to me, because of investment.
China's the reason that I'm banned.
That is not what I said.
Then what are you saying?
I'm saying that you'd be in the same boat either way. The way to undermine the U.S. system is from the bottom, through civics and through activism that very few people participate in. It's already happening now.
How?
Didn't you pay attention to the election the other day? I was told demographics are destiny and Youngkin had no chance. I was told that critical race theory would be the law of the land soon. It's being rejected. We're fighting back. We Americans can do it ourselves. We don't need the fucking Chinese communists to do it for us.
You're right. No,
I don't need China to help me.
You know, when I look at
I speak to 100,000 people a day just on new tech, Nick.
When I see Facebook creating the metaverse, when I see DHS expanding their authority, when I see a new war on terror being started, I take heart in knowing that Glenn Youngkin could win in Virginia and that I could stream to 100
Very
people on
oversimplified.
Rumble. I know that we could take on the system. The point is, what you're talking about is
oversimplification fallacy.
It's not oversimplification.
It is.
It's just true. It's just true that the kinds of things that you think are going to bring about regime change are just not sufficient. And if you think they are, you're not being realistic.
They're
not working.
Absolutely, they are.
They're not
Thousands
in one
of
way, shape, or form.
Dude,
they just
Steve
cheated us out of the
Steve
election.
Bannon.
Now we have a vax mandate. They banned us from everything on earth. The best that we have is this true social thing and
in
free
part
speech.
because of businesses. No, the vax mandate was pushed back. And as far as Virginia, I don't think that that was fortified. The states run the elections. I already had this argument with Anomaly. The states run the elections, just like the states have to impose mandates. Biden's mandate will be thrown out the window. But in China, if a state mandate's put in, it's not going to get thrown out because some states dissent now, is it? And the fact is this: you're expecting Big Daddy China, as Trump would say,
Big Daddy
to somehow help you. Why don't you help yourself? Speak out more, get more civically involved, so stop being black-pilled. Why don't you do that instead?
I'm not black-pilled.
Yes, you are.
I'm white-pilled, but I'm realistic. And, you don't say the same things that I do. As far as I know, you're still on YouTube. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm not.
I very carefully do not give them an excuse to ban me just so that I can continue to front for new tech.
Give them an excuse.
It's been working.
Listen, my friend.
That's why I've got 140,000+ people watching me on BitChute.
I've been on the front lines of this thing since Charlottesville. Okay, I know that's not very long.
You're not on the front lines anymore.
I am. I was in Charlottesville. I was at January 6th. I wasn't in the Capitol, but I was at the Capitol complex.
You were at a false flag event and an event that any reasonable person would say was probably optically a bad idea.
No, I don't.
How does that make you on the front lines?
The president was there too.
And that's really besides the point. But the point is this: the point is, as far as American dissent is concerned, I'm on the front lines. It's like me, it's Alex Jones, it's Andrew Anglin, it's Jared Taylor. We're the most censored people in America, not you for going on and saying free markets are awesome and Beijing, Biden, all these GOP
So the fact that I have more strategic tact makes me somehow less edgy.
No, you're not a threat to the system. It's not strategic tact.
I am.
They have a neutral. Oh, really? Please.
I'm still speaking out on these platforms. I'm more of a threat
I like
than
you as a person, but let's not kid ourselves. Going on and with the GOP talking points about Trump is fucking awesome.
You're not a threat to your system on your soul. You're not a threat to the system on your private website, Nick.
Anybody.
You're not a threat to the system on your private website.
Cup of coffee. What we say and the potential that we have is a threat. That's
now you're angry.
Why.
Because I pointed out the obvious.
I'm not angry.
You're incredulous. Funny. You're not a threat to the system with your private website. You haven't even barely branched out into new tech.
Well, hey,
you've got an entire tech revolution and a civic revolution happening right now that you're not part of.
Wait a second. You said that my private site isn't a threat to the system?
No,
why is that? And why is that?
Because they can make it unsearchable, Nick.
Oh, really? So
you put yourself into an echo chamber and
even though we can make
alternatives,
it's no match for the monopolistic control of the American regime.
You can't
it's
do
almost
everything
like
yourself.
Do more activism and revolution from the bottom isn't going to happen, right? You just got done saying that we just got to go on Rumble.
Nick.
We don't need China. We're just going to go on Rumble and fight the system. Now you're telling me that. Listen, I know you're losing this debate and you're trying to interrupt me, but now you're telling me my private site isn't a threat. Why? Because on a logistical level, it can't compete? Well, what did you just get done saying? That we were going to have the BitChute Glenn Youngkin revolution?
BitChute's a little bit bigger than your private website, Nick, now, isn't it?
How much bigger? How much bigger compared to
Probably
Facebook?
About 1,000 times bigger.
Users. 2.8 billion users on Facebook. And what does BitChute
Who
have?
uses Facebook? Boomers! Nobody gives a shit about
3 billion
Nick.
people. Third of the world's population.
No, there aren't 3 billion active accounts on Facebook. Not even close to.
All right.
Not even close. Not unless you count
BitChute is a
billion
competitor
bots.
to Facebook. BitChute is a
No, BitChute's a competitor to YouTube, not to Facebook.
Oh, it's a competitor to YouTube. Got it. BitChute's a competitor to YouTube. Right.
Just sit back and let YouTube make its own mistakes, and these sites do fine.
I just grilled up a hamburger in my backyard, and I'm a competitor to fucking McDonald's too, right?
Yeah, if you choose to invest in that skill. But
McDonald's better watch
you just
out.
made another point for me. If you invest in that skill and enough time and effort, yes, you could be a competitor to McDonald's, just as McDonald's started out as one restaurant.
Yeah, and
but you can't do that in China now, can you?
I mean, what kind of conception of America do you have? Do you just get done watching Yankee Doodle Dandy? It's not the 1920s
I have a conception
anymore,
I have a conception that the United States can actually be fixed and improved, but the Eastern Bloc can't. We're already improving it. Again, I can appear to more people every day on new tech than I do on YouTube with a relatively limited amount of actual effort. You're not making that effort, and you're acting all black-pilled and saying, no, Big Daddy China will save me. Big Daddy China ain't gonna save you, dude.
Daddy Xi will save me.
Shouldn't you be doing this, and shouldn't you be doing that instead?
Daddy Xi will save me. I am. I made my own censorship-proof platform. I have a following on Telegram. I have a following on Gab. I have a close relationship with
And that's
Andrew
good,
Torvald.
then you're not silenced.
Yes, I am. Because
You're
when I was
speaking
on...
out.
Oh, okay. I mean, you know, again...
How many people, listen, how many people do you have following you on Telegram?
40,000.
That's a lot of people. How many on Gab? I think it's more than me.
135,000, something like that.
How the fuck are you silenced, dude? You get 130,000 fuckers following you on Gab.
That's a great point. Got 380 million active users.
Rome was not built in a day, Nick.
I understand that.
Time
I understand
and effort.
that.
Civic effort.
But
knock
time
on
is not
doors
on
or
our
something.
side. Time
Yes,
is
it
not on our
is.
side. How?
Oh yeah, it is.
How? They're shutting everything down, man. And listen, then it's cartels.
Then fight back. Do what you need to do.
You can't, because there's MasterCard and Visa are a cartel.
Your ancestors shot people for impugning upon them. You can't fight back. You can't fight back by making a website or a Gab page.
You can make a website.
We can fight back. Stop being demoralized, everyone out there.
Yeah, I mean,
Fight
listen,
back.
man, I appreciate your childlike optimism, but it's time to grow up a little bit, Styx.
So the founding fathers that were your ancestors, they were just childlike optimists.
No, the founding fathers.
We can't fight back against this. They've got 12-pounder guns. Oh my God.
Founding fathers are in a very different situation than we are right now.
Yeah, much worse one. They died of tuberculosis at a rate of like 5% per year. So.
Why is everything you say so banal and asinine? I mean, just all these, because they died of tuberculosis. Like,
because you're backing China and Chinese style nationalism, so there's no reason to have a serious
in America. It has nothing to do with it.
It has to do with the non-serious nature of a debate in which my opponent is backing China.
The non-serious nature of the debate where somebody is arguing that BitChute's a competitor to YouTube, and we're just not doing activism hard enough, and Glenn Youngkin is the beginning of the takeover of the American regime.
You'd probably have more subscribers than me on BitChute if you had actually gotten on there early.
Now what is this? Is this just an ad campaign now for BitChute? I mean, what do you want me to say?
I use Odyssey
I'm
as well.
Gab TV. I'm on
I also use Odyssey.
I'm on Band.video, and I'm on Cozy TV, and I'm on Telegram. Yeah, I'm not on BitChute. You're going to keep doing this. Well, you're not working hard enough. Well, I'm not on your platform.
So as a dissident, you still have a significant voice. It may not be on the mainline platforms, but you can appear to 100,000 people easily in a day. You can't do that under an Eastern-style authoritarian system, the one based on the Chinese model that you yourself proclaimed that we're moving towards. How is that a benefit? How is that better? How is it better, Nick? Answer the goddamn question. You can sit there and poo-poo me all you want. I still haven't
You want
got
to
an
see
answer
some
to that.
poo-pooing? You're going to get some poo-poo in your life. Listen, here's the answer.
Yeah, no,
okay?
I'm not
Here's
an
the
enabler,
answer.
so.
Let's just go through this again. We're not moving towards a Chinese style system. We're moving towards a system of censorship, which is qualitatively different than the Chinese system. We're censoring different things. We established from the beginning the Chinese system is not desirable and the Chinese system is more severe. It is qualitatively different. The principles nominally that animate their government are different from the ones that animate ours. Objectively, they are better. than ours. Insofar as China is nationalistic, insofar as they are upholding traditional masculinity and traditional values, that is superior to transsexualism, homosexuality, BLM, and replacement migration. I'm not in favor of, I don't think we should become China. I don't think we should have a Chinese-style system. That's not what we have. We're just increasing in censorship. What I said from the start, I didn't say that dissidents don't have a voice. I said you're naive if you think that America's much better. It's better. It's better, absolutely. And there is more hope, I think, in America than in China. Absolutely. But it's naive to say that we're going in a better and not a worse direction. It's naive to think that things are much better than China, or even that they're good. Things are bad. It's time to sound the alarm. We're in a crisis right now. It's not an exaggeration to say that. Things have gotten dramatically worse in the past 5 years. That being said, we as dissidents are the #1 target of the American government, at least in the past, 9 months. It's the FBI and the DOJ that are conducting their biggest investigation in history, rounding up 600 boomers that breached the Capitol and starting a new war on terror and a 9/11 style commission in Congress to write these laws. And they're expanding the power of the surveillance state and federal law enforcement to carry this out, criminalizing dissent, using their partners in the banks and in big tech and in mainstream media to prosecute all of this. The American regime is becoming unstoppable. They have monopolistic control. And you could point to BitChute, you could point to exceptions to the rule. But here's the thing. There's only so far that these alternatives can go. Because as I was trying to say, you tend to run into these choke points, like, for example, the App Store. Like, for example, how do you get on the Apple App Store when it's controlled by Apple? How do you run Visa and MasterCard payments through your website when that's controlled by Visa, MasterCard, and the banks? It turns out that it's not just as easy as build your own smartphone, App Store, credit card company, credit card. We'll make MasterCard, Visa, Discover, and Groyper card, and your own banks. It's not quite that simple. And so, the idea that these alternatives against these systemic odds, also against the trajectory that we're on, that they're going to constitute any kind of meaningful resistance to the system, is naive. The only thing that's going to change the regime in America is a fundamental change in the dynamic in our political system right now. I think that can be brought about by a change in the global world order and China rising relatively and challenging American global hegemony. It's an alternative.
You've been corrupted. China's rise, #1, is going to stall out at some point because of all the debt that they have. And #2 is not going to help you. The U.S. government being embattled from without is not going to take their focus off certain domestic issues that are tied in with companies that I will, by the way, point out, and I should have pointed out before, but better late than never. Most of these companies that you see as partnered with the U.S. government, abusing you, abusing me, etc., are tied with China, Nick.
I know.
They have investments in China. Google is trying to make a browser for China. Facebook sells shit to China all the time. So how is China or the Chinese system any better? It's not. It's worse.
I'm not saying the Chinese system is better. And I'm not even saying that China will help
Nick,
us.
I realize what you're saying. You're saying that the Chinese system, yes, I do. Let me paraphrase you. The Chinese system is fine insofar as they're censoring people other than I would be if I were Chinese.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're saying as long as they don't censor me for saying there's Han supremacy, everything's fine. Let me ask you this. If turn into a Chinese person, Nick, go over to China and make a video about how Tibetans are ugly or something and see how long before you get into the gulag. They're not even ethno-nationalists.
Agreed. Listen,
they're not even ethno-nationalists, Nick. It's a lie.
I'm not saying that China is necessarily going to, thank you. I'm not saying that China is going to help us. I'm saying that right now, our problem is that the American regime is an occupied, we're living in an occupied country. The American regime is this hostile, parasitic, foreign elite. But it doesn't stop there. The American regime is the regime that runs the world. They don't just run our country, they run a global hegemonic system. That is really the problem, is that what they say goes on most of the planet. So it's not that
China ran it. Yeah.
No, it's not that China is going to come in and help us. It's not that China is going to come in and be more benevolent. It's not that China has a better system. It's that as the American regime recedes and is humiliated, it loses credibility. It loses legitimacy. It loses its ability to project power. That's a good thing for us.
Let's hope Brandon is worse for Biden's credibility.
What?
Let's Go Brandon is
So
worse
let
for the
me-
U.S.
let me-
regime's credibility
What the-
than anything
what?
that China's doing.
What? Okay.
China's
yeah.
not doing shit as far as that goes. Biden
Were
accomplishes
you one
that
of the
just by
people that
pooping his
thought,
pants.
let's go Brandon? Okay. I feel like I'm arguing with Sean Hannity right now. I mean, I don't even know what to say anymore. I mean, I'm trying to make a point.
I feel like I'm arguing with Juan Williams. So
Juan, oh my God, Juan Williams from the Five. You sound like Geraldo Rivera. You sound like Maxine Waters. You sound like AOC. Okay, well, again.
Well, no, you don't sound like AOC. But
Well, thank you. I appreciate
that.
Now,
I'll give you that
Let
compliment.
me ask you this, Nick. Basically, what you're saying is anything that weakens the American regime, that it's so evil and so oppressive and ruining dissidents' lives and keeping them from expressing themselves, basically anything that weakens them is a good thing.
Exactly. Yeah, and thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, it's not necessarily China's awesome or whatever. It's that it's not our number one enemy. Our number one enemy is not China. Our number one enemy is the U.S. regime. Our number one threat is the U.S. regime. And so geopolitics is a zero-sum game. As China rises, our number one enemy diminishes. It's not to say that China's favorable. And I joke about, I say honorable Xi. It's a joke. But the regime is our number one threat. And China, as a great power, can be stronger than the state. Rumble cannot be. Unfortunately, alternative tech and, Donald Trump and people like you and I, we just realistically don't have the resources to fight back against Alphabet and Google and Amazon and the State Department and the federal government. But if Beijing rises relative to America, American power recedes. And, it also does something for people in America where people see, the American regime isn't as powerful as it once was. It loses credibility. It loses legitimacy. All of this is good for us. Our goal is not necessarily to crash the system, but we want the regime to be delegitimized. We want them to be disempowered. And China is serving that goal. I'm not under no illusions that China's going to give me $1 trillion yuan and they're going to build me a platform or something. But possibilities like that do open up. I don't think that's outside the question forever, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that becomes, with America, that's a 0% chance. At no point is Facebook going to do something to help me. But with China, they're not them. They're not our number one adversary. So yeah, Ethan, Ralph, that's the right way to say it.
Can I respond briefly to that?
Yes, go ahead. Then we'll
yeah.
get to some super chats here.
The rise of China does not delegitimize the U.S. government in any interior sense, and it will not actually help you in your cause. The way to delegitimize Beijing, Biden, or any other federal administration, which really tends to be the problem, is exactly what's happening now. Civic action on the local level and using state power. It's already happening. There's a Free State Project in New Hampshire for a reason. All you need are a handful of people within Congress and a few governors, and you can sue the federal government ad nauseum. Well, that's going to be more effective than eating beef chow mein.
Well, if we're not going to get to, I'll just say briefly, and listen, I'm still white-pilled in the sense that I think that we can have regime change in America, and I do still believe in the political process, but a rising tide of China is just something that's going to help us. That's all. Because I'm not saying 100%. I mean, I'm not optimistic 100%. I mean, I think that we've had a better shot now than we did 5 years ago. I still believe in doing the kinds of things like you're talking about, using alt tech. I do it. And, free state projects and electing people. I still believe in the process, but, you have to look at who's promoting this anti-China stuff. It's the State Department, it's the neocons, it's the U.S. regime, it's the big tech companies. They're all pushing this anti-China line, and it's similar.
I am too.
It's anti-China, something like scapegoating, and it's diverting people's attention from the real threat. You have like Fox News telling baby boomers like the Chi-Coms. It's like the Chi-Coms aren't throwing the Capitol rioters in jail. The Chi-Coms didn't ban you from all the big tech platforms. We just need a sense of perspective. I'm not worried about China. I'm worried about America.
I mean, but neither are elements within the U.S. government, especially at the state level. A large proportion of states are absolutely against what's happening at the federal level. You don't need China to rise up in order to reform our system. That's the one wonderful thing about the U.S. system. I'm not talking about Christian city on a hill, Ave Columbia, any of this other hyperbolic nonsense. The one really great thing is you can change that system. It's not easy, but it's possible. In many countries in the world, you're going to be staring down the barrel of a gun if you try. There are excesses and abuses within the U.S. system. The January 6th protesters should all be released. They should be apologized to. They won't be. But in our system, the U.S. Marshal just went in the middle of the night, looked at the prisons and said, oh, these conditions, actually, they're not adequate, so a bunch of these people have to be moved. Imagine that happening in a gulag in China. We still have hope, and you just admitted to it. There's new tech. There are all of these other ways to fight back. Speak out. Get civically involved. That's what we need to do. We don't need anything akin to a Chinese system, and the rise of China won't help us. I realize that you're backing off from the idea that the Chinese system has merit.
I'm not backing
you
off.
seem
I didn't
to.
say that from the beginning. I didn't say that from the
Well,
beginning. I said the Chinese system is more severe and not desirable.
Yeah,
I said it's qualitatively
but they
different.
censor the people that you would want to censor too. So somehow that's great.
I didn't say that. I said that.
Yes, you did.
I said that if you look at the two systems, which would you prefer? And I didn't. That's not to say that there's only these two systems. I said China's more severe, not desirable. I said, but for what it's worth, they don't censor people for criticizing trannies.
Let me ask this then: if you were ethnically Chinese, would you move to China?
Yeah, I would move to China now, but I'm on a no-fly list.
So it's no longer America first. Well, I mean, you can use a ship.
I fear for my life. I fear for my life here. At any moment, the FBI could break down my door or assassinate me.
That could happen to any of us.
That.
It's just sort of something that happens when you're a content creator. I got used
and
to
like
that a long time
it's
ago.
like Vladimir Lenin fled Russia and came back when the revolution happened. It's like
or it's like modern day China.
We have to be thinking. We have to be thinking about hard power, and it's like it's very easy to say.
China's entire economy is based on Western degeneracy insofar as selling cheap shit to materialistic consumers. So they're not going to
Beijing. But the point is, like, it's all fine and well to say we've got hope and there's a process here, but that is becoming less and less true every day. There's a process. Like, people have tried to sue big tech. It doesn't work. And you want to know why? It's because, and this is where the naivete comes in. It's like all the judges, all the lawyers, the whole system, all these people who make the big decisions, they all went to the same schools. They all went to Yale, Harvard, MIT. They all know each other. They all work together. They're all in on it. And so the idea that it's like, well, we're going to win this race for governor and we're going to sue the media. It's like arguable if that was ever really the case, but certainly that was more the case before than it is now. And it's not the case with each passing day. People try to sue. People try to sue, for example, against the vaccine mandates. In Maine, there's no religious exemption for the vaccine mandates. And all these nurses sued. And the Supreme Court wouldn't give them emergency relief. It's like, that's textbook First Amendment. In Indiana University, they sued about the vax mandate. Supreme Court did nothing. Last year, this was a cut and dry constitutional issue. Pennsylvania State Supreme Court changed election law, which is not their jurisdiction, and the Supreme Court did nothing about it. The whole election was rigged. They did nothing about it. So, like, this idea that, well, we have this system, and it's not perfect, but hey, it's better than what they have. It's like, it's very naive because I don't think we're getting actually effective redress through these institutions.
But it's actually true because defortification is taking place, and people have taken those cases and escalated them beyond local jurisdiction.
Yeah, and
but again, this isn't. I guess this isn't even apparently a debate about the merits of the U.S. system. This is about the role of dissidents and whether a U.S. or Chinese system would be better. Well, we can see what happens to dissidents in China.
Why do you keep pivoting away? I mean, like, the fundamental reality that I'm talking about here is really it's about the bankruptcy of our process. And it's about recognizing the real grave threat of the American regime. When people call me a Chinese shill, I don't care. And you want to know why? It's because nobody in America should be more worried about China than they are about the U.S. regime. That's the point. I
agree with that. Absolutely.
I would much rather come across as a Chinese shill than...
Yes. I'm very worried about the U.S. regime being more and more like China. That's the whole point. Being more and more authoritarian, censorious, and centralized.
See, the thing
is, you're making my point for me.
You sound like the State Department. I would rather sound like Beijing than the fucking State Department. I'd rather sound like China and Huawei and Xinhua and whatever.
So you'd rather sound like their.
Council.
So you'd rather sound like their State Department. That's much better.
Yes, because our State Department is far worse. far more evil and far more of a
it
threat
is?
to me and to our people in America. Yes, that's the premise that I started the whole debate out with.
But here's the thing: in Bizarro World, there's a Nick Fuentes who's Chinese who's saying this on a live stream, and instead of being on a live stream, being left alone, they get taken to a gulag by positively comparing the enemy's State Department to the domestic one.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
I can say the State Department. I can say the State Department of the United States is full of idiots. Nobody's going to do anything about it. But if you're Chinese in Bizarro World, you can't do that.
What do you really? But what you're saying has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I agree with you. Yes, This was the first 5 minutes of the debate. I said, yes, the Chinese are more censorious. They are more severe in their enforcement, more authoritarian. That is completely besides the point. The point is that their more censorious, more severe system applies to their jurisdiction over there across the Pacific. Our regime is a bigger threat to us and a bigger threat to the world than their State Department.
Yes, any domestic regime is going to be a bigger threat to you because it has legal capabilities. But converting that regime doesn't take those legal capabilities away, and favoring the other guy and having them gain more power doesn't reduce the ability of that domestic regime to abuse you. The United States government doesn't magically lose a proportion of its legal powers over your and my life because Beijing has more money. That's not the way that it works. No, it does not.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
No.
Here's why.
No, it doesn't.
You want to know how?
That's
because
insane.
Let's take the example of Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden's an NSA whistleblower. He goes out, and by the way, you say, oh, they're not going to. Edward Snowden leaked like illegal things the NSA was doing. James Clapper lied under sworn oath to Congress. Edward Snowden, patriot, leaked what's going on to the American people. They have plans to kill him, hunt him down, torture him. The only place that he is safe is in Russia. Why? Why is Edward Snowden safe in Russia? Because America can't send their CIA glow N-words to Russia to kill him. Russia gave him political asylum. And now you could argue, yeah, the CIA could probably put a spy in there and kill him. It would cause a big diplomatic row. But the point is, the only place that Edward Snowden could go, he had to sneak out. He had to manage like U.S. extradition. He was in Hong Kong. The only place that he was safe was Russia, or the American government would kill him. What about Julian Assange? Julian Assange is in the basement of the Ecuadorian embassy for years. Now he's being tortured on an airplane. He got brought back to America where they're going to sentence him. I mean, like, that is why America losing global hegemony is a good thing for dissidents. This isn't complicated. The less of the world that America controls, the better, as long as you recognize that the American regime is not us. It's this evil group of people that want to exterminate us and end our way of life in America. So
no,
that's
it's just like a Russian dissident who whistleblows would maybe flee to the United States.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So what's the difference?
What's the difference?
So yeah, it's arbitrary. So what would the difference be? Well, no, it's also arbitrary what you're saying is what my point is. So if China becomes more expansionist, more wealthy,
so it's particular.
But Snowden was already capable of traveling to China to seek refuge there and then to Russia at its current power level. Why do you need China to be more imperialistic then?
Because
people are already capable of fleeing.
We want the safe refuge to be bigger, and we want America to.
It's
be
not
smaller.
a safe refuge. Snowden now has to deal with Russian law. He can't criticize Putin. He can't whistleblow in Russia. He can't whistleblow in Russia, can he? He goes to China. Can he speak out against the Chinese government while he's there, even while they're sheltering him? No.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, though.
So it's the same fucking problem. This is why we need more liberty in the world. We need to get past this constant problem.
Vomits. we need more
breaking down and nervous laughter will not help you.
Come on now. It's not nervous
laughter. You're bringing
laughter.
a knife to a sword fight.
Okay. It's just laughable, the idea that Edward Snowden is equally in jeopardy in Russia because ostensibly he can't say negative things about Putin when the American government is hunting him because he leaked something about our NSA in America. I mean, that vindicates my whole point, though. That's the whole point, is that Edward Snowden is American, speaking out against the American system for the benefit of the American people, hunted by the American regime, and now he has safety and refuge in Russia. Yes, you're right. Russia is not a free country. There is no freedom. We live in the real world, okay? The libertarian fantasy is not going to happen. But at least Edward Snowden is safe there because that is a corner of the globe that American global hegemony does not have total control over.
It could if the money was right.
Insofar as American dissidents want to speak out against the American government and not fear reprisal, have a safe refuge, potentially have alternatives, it is better for rival powers to rise up and eat up more of the market share and to diminish American global hegemony. That's the point. You could say, oh, yeah, it's, Russian dissidents are supported by America, American dissidents supported by Russia. Yeah, that's the point. But we are American. We are American dissidents hunted by the American regime. So the Chinese regime or the Russian regime or the Hungarian or Syrian or whatever, these rogue states, insofar as they are not trying to kill us like the American government is, they're not pursuing us with a vengeance because we're not dissenting against their government. I don't think the U.S.
government's trying to kill you, Nick.
It's good that they're diminishing American hegemony and rising relatively to America. That's just the point. And you keep coming back with these just like, I don't even know, diversions. I don't even know if you're hearing what I'm saying or if you're understanding it or willfully naive. And then these just like half-baked, drive-by, sardonic rebuttals about, well, now we can't criticize Putin. It's like, so fucking what? State Department's trying to kill him because he revealed that the NSA is spying on everybody.
So then it would be good if the U.S. gained more power because then Russian dissidents could flee to the U.S. and they'd have a greater safe passage, right?
But the Russian regime is not the number one threat to the world and to the American people. The American regime.
There you go. So the U.S. government is also the greatest threat to the world.
Yes, I said that earlier. Why? They're the number one threat to humanity. Why? Because of what they're promoting in the world. When we go and do these...
Chinese are promoting the leftoidism. Again, really? Watch Xinhua News. Watch their official state. Watch their official state media mouthpiece, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Maybe it'll red pill you.
In China, they ban effeminate men from being on TV.
Yeah, but they promote them in the West.
We raise the gay pride flag in Ukraine.
Yes, but they promote them in the West. Yeah, so they're a bigger danger to U.S. citizens in some ways.
They're a bigger danger than America. Okay.
All right.
Now you just lost the plot, man.
This has been an epic fucking debate, I have to say. I didn't have.
I got to use the bathroom at some point, Ralph.
Yeah,
though I can't too much longer.
Okay, that's cool. Let me read these super chats though, because people were very generous. I want to get those in. Like I said, I didn't want to interrupt too much because it was just too epic. Colin Stevens says, Ralph, a Killstream clip of the Styx versus Spencer debate was featured in Mark Dice's video today. I saw that. Shout out to Mark Dice. Thank you, sir. Tall Kevin 87 says Chinese aren't getting PayPal accounts suspended and fired from their jobs. It is Jewish groups and those who do not talk of this are complicit. Rat-faced man fears J-naming because this is a grift to him, he said. K. Max McDonald says, for both, it's obvious China... this is for both, he said. Is it obvious China's government does not hate the Han Chinese people? America's government hates the historic American people. Could you imagine China allowing a minority to hate the majority? Anybody want to take that? Or
yeah, I mean, that's the whole point is... in China they have minorities, but the minorities are not glorified. There's no, Uyghur lives matter, or, Turkestan lives matter, Mongolian, that's exactly the point. And it's not to say that, again, we should have the Chinese system, but it has to be said. It has to be said that, the Chinese attitude about their 21st century and ours is totally different. And my money's on China. Is it a system that's has more cruelty and less freedom? Absolutely. But who's going to inherit the 21st century, them or us, with the affirmative action and the feminism and the diversity hires and all this bullshit? I think it's China. I would totally put my money over 100 years, long-term investment on China.
I'll put my investment on the U.S. I think over the next decade or two, the U.S. is pivoting back in the other direction, and the Chinese, as they gain more economic clout, actually have become more globalistic and multicultural. I think they're going to have exactly the same goddamn problem.
Tall Kevin 87 says, Styx, why won't you use the word anti-whiteism? The effects of what you call leftoid politics all have the consequences of victimizing white people as their goal. Why don't you want to stop anti-whiteism?
Well, I literally have a video about the anti-white racism of MSNBC that I made this morning, so I don't know what this commenter is talking about. Go ahead and look it up.
All right, fair enough. Good plug there as well. Winston Fujimori says, although the U.S. establishment is, in name and rhetoric, against China, don't they submit to the PRC the way they act and vote? I mean, General Milley gave General Milley gave the Chinese information in advance about U.S. military data and intel, and he's still in the U.S. military.
Yeah, General Milley said that because he thought that America was going to launch like a nuclear strike against China, and insofar Milley's against nuclear war, he did that. But if you look at the posture of any elements of the national security apparatus, if they weren't before, they are now all anti-China. Atlantic Council, State Department, CIA, the Biden administration, the DOD, all of it. And I just said it. Daily Stormer covered this last week for the first time ever. Was the DOD secretary and one other U.S. official for the first time said we're willing to go to war to protect Taiwan. And even the big tech companies have had a change in attitude about doing these big contracts with the federal government for like so-called patriotic reasons. In other words, to shore up the American regime. So you look at the competition that's happening in the South China Sea and the sponsorship of the people in Hong Kong, the protesters, and this propaganda about the Uyghur Muslims. And you look at the competition between Huawei 5G and American 5G and big tech, and it's like, people say, oh, they're in bed with each other. Yeah, there's espionage and there's corruption on both sides, but it's clear that these two institutions are opposed. Beijing and DC are opposed.
You want to weigh in on that a little bit, Styx?
I think that DC and Beijing are tied at the hip through investments. All the politicians in Beijing and all the politicians in DC have investments in one another's countries, et cetera, and in third-party nations through slush funds. We've known that China's been funding aspects of the leftoid movement since the 1990s, or at least the 1980s in the U.S. As soon as the U.S. opened up to the Eastern Bloc to try to draw them in through trade, there was backlash, and unfortunately we ended up getting infected by communism.
All right, now let's see here. Petal. I'm just going to say Petal because I'll mess up the rest of it. Patelka, maybe? Thank you for the super chat. She says, Styx, for someone so anti-China, I'd expect your merch mugs would be made in the U.S. of A. and not the PRC, and they are made in China, she says.
They were prior, and I was not aware of that. I've already talked to the merch manufacturers, and we have actually changed that. They're made in the United States. Actually, they weren't made in China to begin with. They were screened in China. That has changed now. Now they're made in Maryland, actually, I believe.
Okay. K-Max McDonald says, why do you think in China diversity is never brought up as a strength or a necessity, yet in America it is? What is the difference between the two countries?
Because China is more ethnically homogenous at the moment. But again, when duty calls and it becomes lucrative for the CCP's officials, you can look for their official party line to change towards, oh, we need to be more tolerant and accepting because we want to branch out further. They want more money. It's the same as in Western political circles, except that they're less honest about the fact that that's what drives them. I'm going to use the bathroom really quickly, though, Ralph. I mean, Nick can weigh in if he wants. It'll only take a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Well, the reason why is because, it's not just that China's more homogeneous. It's that China has a much stronger self-conception and identity than America. China's been around for thousands and thousands of years, and their conception of self is very different from America. It's interesting when you compare the Muslim world to China to America. We all have a very different conception of sovereignty, and it's a mistake to project our conception of sovereignty and specifically, national sovereignty and identity on other countries. China views themselves as the center of the world. They view the whole world as revolving around China. Their religion is China. Like China is their overriding conviction. They don't think that China had a beginning. They think that China's just always been there. And so it's not, they are more homogeneous, but they have big ethnic minorities. They've got arguably 4 peripheral countries within their borders. They've got Tibet, they've got the Uyghurs, they've got the Mongolians, and they've got the Manchurians. So they have more minorities than that too. They've got diversity, but they've got a much stronger conception of self than we do. In America, we're a relatively new nation, a so-called immigrant nation, even if you look at European immigration in the turn of the century. And, we also have this parasitic foreign elite, which, a lot of them are Jewish. That's a big component of it, critical theory and, the sort of Jewish worldview. I mean, that's a big part of it, that, and this is what rabbis and others have argued. Brett Stevens did a debate with a rabbi years ago, and they said, why is Trump bad for the Jews? Because he's hostile to liberal internationalism, which is good for the Jewish people. So, you can't really have a discussion about how this destruction of American identity has come about without talking about how, there's been this big contingent of Jews in the elite.
Man, I was reminded of the Yellow River and then of Xi Jinping, actually, when I was in the bathroom. What I would say is with critical race theory, I only caught the end of that. You do realize, again, it has been openly promoted by China's official state media mouthpiece.
To weaken
They
America.
are promoting, exactly. And you seem to be in favor
By the way,
of that. So-
this next super chat actually deals with that. Kansas Zoomer says, in China, TikTok bans things that undermine the Chinese identity. In USA, they promote things that undermine our culture. TikTok promotes LGBT stuff in the USA. In China, they ban people for posting LGBT stuff. This isn't hard to comprehend. Wolf Pup says, how does Nick and Styx feel about the Chinese government putting political prisoners in psychiatric wards and erasing their minds with pharmaceutical torture and then denying entry for investigation to the international watchdogs? America does this too, but at least they let the dogs snoop around.
I don't know that's not a bit hyperbolic. That sounds sort of like what people said about the U.S. back in the 50s with MK Ultra or something.
Hey, I just read them. You guys got any thoughts on that?
At least America lets the UN sniff around their mind control experiments.
No, in the U.S., they have to share some of those drugs with the CIA.
There you go. Yeah.
K-Max
to give to the blacks.
K-Max McDonald says, for both, do you disagree on Israel's influence on the U.S. versus China's? I remember Stick saying once China has a worse influence on the U.S. than Israel does.
Yeah,
That's
well,
true.
China definitely has a lot more investment capabilities. So
That's also true. Yeah, but I agree. Israel's more influential.
All right.
no, I think China's more influential. Just look at Nike.
I think they won't let me put Winnie the Pooh on my basketball jersey.
Virtually
Fucking
virtually every large industry in the U.S. has major ties to China. Only a few of them have them to Israel. There's more. It's more. The fiscal pressure is more China. The more unofficial social pressure is Israel, because of all the fundamentalists in the United States, I guess, like Protestant evangelicals mainly.
Well, yeah, and because there's a lot of Jews in the media and in government, and I think the Jews just wield their power more effectively because they blend in better. They look white, they don't wear yarmulkes, they change their names, they're embedded in society, so that's and they're just maybe a little bit more, I don't know, cunning, but certainly they wield power more effectively because China's richer, China's bigger, but yeah, Israel seems to know what's up.
All right, no, that's a good way to put it. Grimmer Remover says, why wouldn't China fund woke politics in the West? It's destroying the West's power and ability to function. How's the Muslim swarm going in Amsterdam, Sticks?
Well, I'm not in Amsterdam at this point, but I don't see any swarm or anything like that. I thought Amsterdam was lovely myself.
Grim Remover says, take a look at ABB's position on Taiwan. They're a major multinational company owned by members of the Bilderberg Group, and they recognize Taiwan as part of China. America can't do shit to them. Winston Fujimori says, play devil's advocate. On August 14th, George Soros posted an article for the Wall Street Journal calling Xi Jinping a dictator and posturing for war with China. Could it be that Xi wants to be the George Soros of China? How can he be more benevolent? Be any more benevolent, I guess. I don't really understand that question. What's the
She wants to be the
George.
Soros of China?
that doesn't. He's the dictator of China.
George,
I think that's a little bit better.
George Soros is like 100 fucking years old, so he won't be kicking around for too much longer. He's like, even older than Joe Biden. No, I think Xi Jinping doesn't remind me of Soros or anything like that. He's a statesman, a normalized one, and a lot of Americans think that the Chinese leadership, much like the DPRK's leadership, is insane or something. They're not insane. They're very, very good at business. Nothing but compliments from me as regards to China's strategic capabilities within the fiscal realm. I just don't think that their rise benefits dissidents within the West.
By the way, shout out to Winston because it was him who got this debate going, actually, by proposing it and asking these two guys. So I didn't understand that question really, but good idea on the debate. Tall Kevin 87 says, Benai Brith Biden, look at how many members of his cabinet have dual U.S.-Israeli citizenship. I don't see any with dual Chinese citizenship. Gates keeping Sticks is afraid to lose shekels by name. Well, you know what he's saying. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, no. And most of my income comes from books and has nothing to do with my political views, so I'm completely independent.
K-Max McDonald says, do you guys disagree on what funds the woke stuff and censorship? Soros, the ADL, John Greenblatt, or is it China? You both might disagree on the source of the woke stuff. What is the source of the wokeness?
It's all of the above.
Yeah, I think it's predominantly, though, American institutions. I mean, I think I would, of course, agree that, China, insofar as it undermines America, will support these things. And it's true. And much to my chagrin, you look at the Chinese foreign ministry, they run social media accounts and they support BLM and things like that. And that's, again, insofar it's destabilizing America. But that being said, we know that the people that are pursuing that with a vengeance, the people prosecuting that, the people, it's all coming from, like you said, the ADL, Greenblatt. It's coming from the academic institutions. It's coming from the think tanks. It's coming from MSM, which is all American, which is, a lot of it Jewish, but it's all American-based. It's an American-based operation. So, to conflate like Chinese propaganda with like this American campaign to like destroy itself, I think it's just apples and oranges.
Well, then wouldn't they be fighting on the same side as you, since you want to denigrate U.S. power as well? So
I want to denigrate.
You should be supporting Israel.
I want to denigrate the power of the American regime. I don't see, because people say like, oh, Nick's a traitor. You say I'm not America first. It's like I'm not the State Department first. I'm America first. So China being more powerful than the American regime presents opportunities for American dissidents. But the American people,
yes, the opportunity to be miserable and destroyed.
Right. Yeah. But the American people being destroyed, I do not support.
Winston Fujimori says, can there be a poll after the debate? Yes, I will put one on Twitter. He said, Twitter's on fire with both sides weighing in. Also, question for Nick. Hypothetically, would he look the other way if China invaded America?
I don't know. I guess it would depend. It would honestly would depend. Are they going to invade on our side? Because this is
they're
not
invading on China's. They're on their own side and always will be. So
this is not unheard of. You brought up the American Revolution. Would the American Revolution succeeded without the support of France? I don't know.
Possibly, but we don't have a time machine.
Yeah, but that's the point. Is the American patriots teamed up with the French to take down the British. Would you call them traitors? Would you say they're France first, or would you say that it's just about institutions? This is power politics. It's not.
Well, the French weren't looking for a slice of the colonial pie because they already had theirs. So
sure
no, they already had theirs. There's the Louisiana Territory
of the continental pie and the colonial pie. I mean,
they already had a slice.
France had self-interest in mind. They did not intervene for purely ideological reasons. The idea that, sure, it's not exactly.
You're trying. Well, see, now you're trying to conflate 1700s era French Enlightenment with Chinese commies. So.
Well, I'm trying to say that the power politics is the same. It doesn't matter what continent they're on or what they believe or what year it is. It's power.
Power
politics.
to the people. That's what we need.
No, we need
more
power
civics.
to God, power to Jesus.
Well, you won't find it. You won't find him in China. That's for sure.
That's true. But you're not going to find him in the State Department or Fox News either.
Cowpoke Van says, no chance Styx comes to Cozy.tv after disparaging it like this. Uncalled for. Cozy TV has better look and feel than Rumble and BitChute.
Nah, Styx is welcome on Cozy.
Yeah, I didn't disparage Cozy.
Winston Fujimori says, I'm glad to clarify. Winston Fujimori says U.S. Representative Eric Swalwell had an affair with a Chinese spy and he didn't get removed from Congress. It's not even talked about on mainstream media. Doesn't this point to Chinese subversion already here?
Yeah, he was bang, bang, fang, fang.
It was talked about in the media, though. That was covered in the media.
Yeah, I did read a little bit about that.
People always say that. They're like, nobody's talking about it. And it's like, there are some stories where that's actually true, and then there's some stories where people just say that
they
that's
didn't
true,
see a lot about it. Yeah, it's like, okay,
right.
It's still out
like,
there.
I think that was covered. And Republicans talk about it all the time. Does anybody talk about Jews? No. Who runs America?
Well, we talk about Jews, and
Yeah, and I'm on the fucking no-fly list, so go figure.
But I'm not. I talk about Israeli policy, etc.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
Let's see.
Maybe it's because I edited the Sefer Yetzirah.
Maybe, yeah, there you go. Maybe they're
What's-
like, hey,
It's my penance.
guy. Yeah.
Winston Fujimori says, I think a big difference in the point of view between Styx and Nick is that Styx wants reformism where U.S. dissidents rise up grassroots style, whereas Nick is more revolutionary in his approach. That's more of a comment. What would you say to that?
Yeah, it's something like that. I mean, I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm a revolutionary. I just want to see more disruption. That's all. I want to see something more disruptive because I feel like if the current political dynamic doesn't change on a fundamental level, there's no trajectory for victory. So I'm just in favor of disruption, chaos. I want things to be shaken up. And it's no guarantee that things will be better, but at least there's an opportunity that things could be better because the current dynamic does not favor us.
See, I would actually agree with Nick, but I would say that the way to potentially make things better is civic and domestic as opposed to relying upon a foreign power rising up to denigrate your own system, because it wouldn't denigrate it anyway. Not in the domestic sense, not in the sense of censorship and things of that nature. It wouldn't have any impact at all.
But breaking up global hegemony necessarily shake things up. By definition, it shakes things
But China doesn't want to. Again, their own state media mouthpiece was praising the WTO literally earlier this morning.
They don't want to undermine American hegemony with the Belt and Road Initiative because they said something about the WTO today.
The Belt and Road has nothing to do with U.S. shipping elsewhere.
Of course,
The U.S. Navy controls the sea.
And you don't think that China is trying to undermine American hegemony in the world?
I think given 100 years, they might be able to float 2 or 3 aircraft carriers that don't sink the first time they're out of dry dock.
Yeah, that's really.
I don't think that's going to. I don't think that's going to erode U.S.
You think that China supports global American hegemony?
If that's their goal, then they're not going to undermine it in the sense of trade.
You're answering these with like
trade.
It's not a riddle. It's like America doesn't want like China wants to control the Senkaku Islands and the Spratly Islands and South China Sea, and they want to reorient global trade towards them, and they want to dominate 5G. And you think they don't want to undermine American hegemony? That's necessarily a shakeup.
They only have one ocean frontage, so they're not going to be able to undermine U.S. naval hegemony. It's never going to happen.
Well, whether or not they can do that is besides the point. That's
geographic. This is why the Soviet Union failed. They didn't have enough Atlantic frontage in warm ports. Neither does China. They don't have any Atlantic frontage.
Yeah. They don't have a lot of frontage. Period.
It's pure. I hate to tell you this, but betting on China is a bad idea, partially just because of geography.
The Soviet Union was comparable to America in strength for a long part of the Cold War. So to say that there was a bipolar world order. So to say, that can't happen with China. China has more frontage than the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union in the 70s was more powerful than America.
The Soviets also had like 4 times the land area, so that tends to help.
Well, and China has 10 times the population, so there you go.
That doesn't help with resource extraction.
Oh, it's manpower.
We should go on to other questions though. Otherwise, we'll go back and forth for the next 10 hours.
It's great. Right after I get done, I have to pack up this room and check out of this fucking hotel in like an hour. Tandrew says Winston is a dumb fat retard. Also, the American regime has more power when they're unchallenged on the world stage. Simple. K-Max McDonald says the debate became this question: does China's according to him, does China's rise help American dissidents? Yes or no? If China becomes more powerful and America weaker, does this help or hurt Styx and Fuentes? Well, we kind of covered that, I think, a little bit. If anybody wants to weigh in real quick though on that again.
I think we covered that.
Yeah, I think we covered that pretty thoroughly. Destro over on Odyssey says, Styx, as a fan of both, the pulling of Parler by the American-based bottleneck of Amazon and AWS proves Nick's point. Nick's main point is that the American regime being given less space to operate means there's more space for American-based dissidents to have resources that may not be touched by USA.
The problem is that is not going to work in the sense of China because if you're talking about tech, they've got an intranet. So we're not even interacting with them technologically. Maybe if it was some other country, maybe if India made a major rise, why don't you bet on India? India's pretty cool. They've got lots of good curried foods and everything. And they don't use gutter oil.
That's true. But,
I'm all in for India. Shiva 2024.
Bruh. Well, Shiva's good. I like Shiva.
I like him too because he's been on the kill stream. Eustace Demonic says, if China becomes equal to or surpasses the U.S. in terms of overall global power, what's to say that instead of weakening its control domestically, the U.S. would turn inward? They wouldn't just turn inward and become worse. I guess that would be for Nick.
Very good point.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say that, as far as we're concerned, that doesn't really happen in other countries. Russia and China and Iran, they're not turning inwardly. They're surrounded by a more powerful adversary, and they're all expanding outwards. So I think that, if the American regime is surrounded by China, or if China is upsetting the American regional hegemony, specifically in the Pacific, I don't know that America's going to say, okay, we're going to take it out on the dissidents. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think that it's going to spread American resources more thinly. It's going to take more market share from them, more commerce from them. Imagine if America is no longer the global reserve currency. And imagine if the internet is bigger than just the American internet, controlled by American companies and under the jurisdiction of American-led system.
Well, it already is, but
that's not really. So that's a good thing.
If you
significant threat.
The internet is way bigger than that. It's just that the English-speaking portion of it tends to tilt towards the U.S. and it's the Anglosphere because it's in English.
Well, what are the biggest companies in the world?
That has nothing. Companies. Well, the United States has like 400 million people in it. Most of these other countries with their own insular languages have a lot less. Have you seen the Hindi side of the internet at any point?
No,
it's massive. I think that isn't the biggest YouTube channel still Hindi? I think wasn't it? The ones that surpassed PewDiePie.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Then it's not even based in the de facto English-speaking world. I realize in India, the language of commerce is English, but people there speak Hindi and day-to-day
Your
life.
argument that the internet isn't American dominated is that an Indian channel is the biggest one on YouTube?
No, I'm just saying that's part of it. There are a lot of other the Bollywood is a huge thing too, actually, when you think of it. By the way, they've got some great movies.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nick. No, go ahead. I was going to say the top 5 biggest social media companies by user base are all American, I believe, with one exception. I think it's Facebook, followed by YouTube, followed by, I think it's WeChat, which is Chinese, right? Or I'm not even sure if that's it. I forget.
I know. I used to know the top 10. Dailymotion is actually on the top 20 list, and that's French. And Mail.ru, which is Russian. I believe there's a Taiwanese site as well. I think only about half of the top 50 are still American. It used to be like 45 of them or something.
Top 5, you got Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. And
I think
Messenger.
Wouldn't Alphabet be top?
Alphabet's not a social media company.
Well, okay, but I mean internet in general. Social media is not the whole internet.
Alphabet owns Google. Google owns YouTube. YouTube's the second biggest by user base.
And YouTube owns all of its users.
And the biggest companies in the world are American tech companies. I mean, Chinese ones are comparable, but the biggest ones are what? Amazon, Apple, Facebook.
Well, the Chinese
Microsoft. Companies
would be bigger if they didn't have an intranet. That's the other thing. We couldn't do what we're doing in China because we wouldn't even be on the internet at large.
Yeah. Okay.
Anderson says, didn't the founding fathers get support from France because they were rivals to the British and supporting dissidents against the empire was beneficial to them? They did.
Yes.
We talked about that just a minute ago. Chaos X, thank you as well. He also says poo poo. Jen with the big contribution. Thank you so much, Jen. Much appreciated for that. Good to see you. She says, Ethan showing off again with his ability to bring together great guests for an in-depth, important discussion. Good dialogue on a Thursday morning. Knocked it out of the park, bud. Much respect. Chat wins. Thank you for that, Jen. Very kind of you to say. And there's a few more, just a couple more. Thank you guys for being cool and staying for all these. Let's see. Winston says Israel gives a lot of support to China in that he messed that up. The Belt and Road Initiative, they sold U.S. military intel to China. They have investments in Chinese coal and oil. Isn't a fight against China a fight against Israeli cultural imperialism?
Yeah.
No.
Absolutely it is. Israel is controlling Beijing. This is quite clear.
What? Israel's control? People say, well, China bought intel from Israel, so Israel owns Beijing. This is a non sequitur. And
Xi Jinping is going to have like Netanyahu there at any point.
Xi Jinping will have.
Jinping is going to go to the Wailing Wall.
He already
He's gonna
did,
go
I'm
to-
pretty sure.
I think he might have done that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Well, then why are all the neocons anti-China? Because they are. All the Zionist Jewish. Look at like Ezra Levant from Rebel Media. That guy's obsessed with China, hates China, and they're all talking about China's going to take over Afghanistan and blah blah. Okay, so I mean the neocons.
So then, if that one stated opinion on ideologies of such import, why aren't you a leftoid? Since all of the Gang of Four morons in the House, they all support Palestine. So you should be on there. You should be praising AOC, donkey face.
I do praise Ilhan Omar for saying awesome things about Israel. May Allah awaken the people so that they may see the evil doings of Israel.
See here.
I hope that Allah does that.
Polish American Groiper says, N-word Snowden. Hello, Nick.
Hey.
Winston Vox Day, who's done extreme research into China, says that China, unlike other Asian nations, are similar in human biodiversity to Jews, and won't China become the new Israel? And I'm not okay. You've covered that, all right? Jesus, okay. Tall Kevin 87 says, Sticks, you say TikTok is Chinese because they made it. So in that sense, communism is Jewish because it was invented by various Jews. So now will you call it Jewish communism, not my Chi-Coms?
Well, that's not an internet site, but yeah, I mean, people that were Jewish were involved in the development of communism. Absolutely. I've never denied that.
Black Phillip says there's a small faction of dissident right-wing cope that stand the CCP in hopes of getting funding from China, sort of the opposite of how Wall Street funded the CCP and the Bolsheviks. Thoughts on this? Just a ridiculous pipe dream from nationalists or possibility?
I don't think it's necessarily like a possibility anytime soon, but it's just about how you think about it. I mean, I didn't come on the show and say, hey, China's going to help us out. I said, America hates us. America, the regime hates us. The regime will always hate us. If China has more market share, they don't hate us as much as the American regime does. So it's not.
No, they hate you more.
Okay.
Because you're an American.
SPLC, which is counting down the days of, America's 60% white, 50% white. China has more of a personal hatred for me than the Jewish system.
Yeah, I think that they do actually. Yeah,
absolutely not. That's just not true. And that's
I think they would put you up against the wall if they got the chance because it's one less competitor.
American dissidents are the principal opponent of the American regime, not the Chinese regime, in the same way that the Chinese dissidents are the antagonists to the Chinese regime, not the American regime. So, the point is like, it's not to say China's awesome. It's like, well, they're not our number one adversary, which is our own government, which has jurisdiction over us.
All right, now let's see. There was a couple more. Third Culture says, Nick's pragmatic argument has won me over more than Styx's ideological one. Thank you both, Nick and Styx. Thanks for hosting, Ralph. Appreciate that, Third Culture. Very kind contribution there. Godzilla 37 says, hey, Styx, was there ever a straw man you constructed that you didn't slay? Basement Wizard says, Styx is not reading enough. Let me see. Hold on. I think I got all the rest of those from Odyssey. K-Max says, for Styx, what does the U.S. have in its favor going forward, say in the next 10 to 20 years? And then, Nick, how do you see our next 10 to 20 years?
It has the ability to expand naval supremacy and the chance to reform its system from the ground up, as opposed to the Chinese system, which is incapable of that flexibility. It's only capable of central planning.
The next is this specifically about U.S.-China relations?
Well, I think it's just what is China. Let's see. How does Nick see our next 10 to 20 years going? I think he's just talking about maybe in the U.S.
Generally?
Yeah, just generally, yeah.
I don't know. A lot is going to change in the next 5 years, so I think it's highly unpredictable. I think that America's going to get worse in just about every way, unless there's some big disruptive event. I think we got a lot of economic problems. Like, we just doubled the money supply a year ago. You think that's not going to have consequences for the next 2 decades? That's going to be a big deal. Then obviously the changing demographics are going to be an issue, might ensure one-party Democrat rule, further dispossession of white people. And America's going to continue to lose prestige and power in the world in relative and absolute terms.
Jay Roxer says Kathy Jew is sending Nick her power. I hadn't heard that name in a while. Let's see. Cowboy Man says Stick said Nick created his own echo chamber and is not a threat to the system. That's not a shot at Cozy. He's going back on that. I don't know. We don't have to get into that. It's a debate. People talking shit. Whatever. Kara Tacos Eustace says China #1. Stick's re-educated soon.
Yes.
I go to chamber.
soon.
Let's see. One more. Winston, don't say anymore. I'm not gonna ask you more. This is the last one. To be fair, Vaush, fat gay retard, also said he worries about Chinese imperialism in Afghanistan and the world. Sticks, how is your view of China different than Vaush?
Well, I mean, for one thing, I'm not completely retarded, so that would be one thing. Vaush is like a broken clock in the sense that occasionally he says something that isn't completely moronic. And I guess that's one of the very few things that he said that makes sense. Although I don't give a shit about China's influence in Afghanistan. I really don't care what happens there. I'm only interested in Chinese influence over U.S. culture through its various subversions.
That's it. We're done with the super chats, which means we're almost done with the show, but I have to give these two epic gentlemen a chance to weigh in a little bit more if they want to add a little bit more to what they said today and then promote their stuff, of course. Since Nick let off, I'll let him lead off here as well and let Sticks get the final word. Go ahead, Mr. Fuentes.
Sure. Yeah, well, it's been a great debate. Thanks again, Ethan. Thanks again, Sticks. I thought it was a lot of fun. Obviously, respect Sticks. Love his content. Love his YouTube, or his BitChute channel, I should say. We love Ethan. Odyssey is going great. For my closing statement, I would just say we have just got to get real about the threat of our own regime, and I see almost anything else as a distraction, a diversion, and anytime that I feel like I'm repeating what the State Department is saying, I have to question myself. And, for a long time, I was on board with the anti-China stuff and talking about they're this big threat and so on. But you see who's saying that. You see that that's being parroted in the mainstream media, in our national security apparatus. And if they're saying that and you're saying that, there should be cause for concern. The American regime has shown its true colors this past 12 months, if it hadn't before, between the election fraud, the Capitol, the new war on terror. They've made it very apparent and unambiguous who the real threat is to the American people, to the American nation, really to the entire world. And insofar as they are humiliated, embarrassed, insofar as their power is receding, I think that's a good thing. And if China is rising, if that's what's going to do it, then I think we have to be sober about what it might take to change the fundamental dynamic and make it possible for there to be any kind of real change, real regime change in America. So I guess I would say that my position is one of I'm not rationalizing the system. I'm completely anti-system. I'm in favor of disruption, and that's where my position on China comes from. I don't want to beat China. I don't think China's necessarily superior. I think that the principles underlying their regime are probably more sound than ours for now, but I see them as basically a tool, and we have to be open to looking at we have to be creative and open to looking at these kinds of possibilities and how changing dynamics in the world in unlikely ways may help us here domestically in America. So, but thanks again, everybody. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Nick. That was awesome. Appreciate the kind words. Styxhexenhammer, go ahead, sir. Appreciate you coming on as well.
Yes, I'll close up by saying yes. Thank you, Ralph, for hosting us, and thank you, Nick, for being the debate partner here. I did have a lot of fun, a little bit of fireworks, get everyone going. Excellent. What I would say is this. Fundamentally, what Nick has said is that somehow things will improve for U.S. dissidents because of the expansion of China that may or may not happen over the coming near future. While I don't envision that as being particularly likely, I've predicted for some time that China is going to have economic problems. I do not believe that that would actually help people within the United States. And ultimately, at the end of the day, to put it bluntly, China is asshole. They endorse the same globalism that the Westoid globalists preach. It's just that they want the Chinese to have a little bit of a greater cut. There is no semblance of possibility of change within the Chinese system, which we do have in the U.S. and similar systems. There is at least a process by which you can attempt to change the way in which things work. I would point out that a great deal of the excesses that have led to Nick Fuentes himself being abused are based, at least loosely, on the idea of like the Chinese social credit score system. China even going so far as to ban cryptocurrency mining, when cryptocurrency is arguably one of the greatest disruptors to the hegemonic power of the US or any other Western regime that we've seen in the last few decades. The power of people to speak out, to delve into innovation with regards to finances, again, blockchains, crypto, etc., that will change the system. We don't even disagree on the need for change. I think that Nick and myself, we could probably have a 2-hour discussion that would be entirely amiable if we talked about the need to reform and or destroy the current way in which the US government does business. The difference is that I perceive it as an unpragmatic argument to believe that a foreign nation that doesn't even like anyone within the US and sees us all as enemies or competitors is somehow magically going to help us by undermining the regime from without, because that undermining doesn't affect the domestic policies. It may affect the policies in third-party nations, but it doesn't help Nick Fuentes sitting there in the United States. Maybe China decides to sphere the Netherlands. Maybe all of a sudden, instead of being algorithmically demoted by YouTube for having wrong-think opinions about globalism or about CRT, maybe I'm in a gulag instead. It won't change anything for Nick Fuentes, and it won't change anything for many of you out there.
Gentlemen, it has been a pleasure. I think this might have been the best blood sports we ever had on the Kill Stream. Honestly, it was epic. And again, thanks from me to both of you, gentlemen. I hope you have a good rest of your day and a good weekend coming up.
All right. Thanks a lot. You too, friend.
Yep. Later on, man.
Yeah, peace out.
All right. So long.
All right. Peace out, guys. Audience, thank you so much. I think you got a treat today. This was one of my favorites for sure. Worked out even better than I could have possibly hoped, quite frankly. This was, I knew it would be good, of course, but it was just unbelievably good. And I couldn't say enough good things about both those gentlemen. I thank them both again. Now, I got to go because I literally have to check out of this hotel room, not kidding, in 40 minutes. And if you saw this fucking room and what I got to pack, jeez.
All right, guys, I guess I'll just cut him off there since it's pretty much over for that. That was a pretty interesting debate, I'm not going to lie, especially at the beginning. Nick definitely won that. I feel like Styx, he wasn't saying stuff that was, like, at the beginning, I mean, he wasn't saying stuff that was necessarily, like, wrong, but I feel like he wasn't understanding what Nick was even trying to debate in the first place. Hold up, I'm going to switch over to this. I think they're at recess right now, so we're going to have to wait a bit, but either way, I want to talk about the debate we just watched, so that'll fill up the time, because I don't think it'll be too long till they get back. I'm not sure how long this has been going on, but we'll check it out too. I'll change the title in a second, but anyways, I want to know what you guys think about the debate as well, so if you have any thoughts, let me know in the comments. The thing is, I wanted to mention that at the beginning, Nick seemed like he was gonna try to debate why having China as an adversary to the United States government, the regime, is beneficial to us, and why being an American dissident in China would be better. It would be worse to be a dissident in America than it would be in China with holding the same beliefs. But for some reason, Styx, was trying to like debate around that. It was like they're having two different discussions at the same time. And he would say, well, in China, their dissidents, they get put into gulags, they get silenced, they don't have any other web browsers and stuff like that. So he wasn't really understanding, and he was debating something else. Obviously, everybody agrees that dissidents in China get treated worse than dissidents in America, but that's not what the argument was in the first place. And Nick said multiple times that he wasn't arguing that China was better, the system they had was better than the America system right now, or that we should be like China. He was just saying that having China as an adversary is beneficial to us, and like I said, if we held the same beliefs in China, we'd be better off there than we are here. because China stands for different things than America. America pushes LGBTQ, the LGBTQ agenda. They push all this trans stuff, the vaccines, and we get silenced for speaking out against that. We get silenced for being proud of who we are and being proud to be Americans. And in China, you don't get silenced over that. That's what Nick was trying to say. And Styx just didn't get that. So it was kind of frustrating because Nick, instead of just asserting his point, he kind of was feeding into what Styx was saying, getting into his argument. And I don't know. Overall, Nick definitely won that. Styx, I feel like at the beginning, they came in not fully understanding what each other's arguments were in the first place. That's why it ended up being that way. Because, like I said, a lot of things that Styx was saying wasn't necessarily wrong. Like, we know that in China they have it worse than us, but that's not what the argument was. All right, I'll take a quick look at what you guys are saying here, because I know you guys have been talking in the chat, but I haven't really been looking at it the whole thing because I was trying to focus on the debate that was going on. Let's see here. Arian says, yo, thanks for the stream. No problem. He also says he pretended not to get it. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure if he pretended. I feel like he genuinely thought it was going to be a different type of debate at the beginning. But obviously, I feel like if he didn't understand later on, then he's just stupid. So I feel like they both just kept going out about the same things that they were originally going on about, which is why it ended up going that way. Let's see what else is going on here. Looking back at the chat. Brett said Nick is showing real class by not going the lazy route and just calling Styx a shill, because that is what he is. Styx doesn't believe what he says, but he likes the MAGA super chats. Yeah, I mean, Nick could have just said that because he was shilling pretty hard. Oh wait, I was checking to see if the volume was on here so we can hear when the court gets back. Speaking of which, I should change the title of the stream soon. Foodie says, you from New York, never mind, don't dox. Obviously, I wouldn't dox, but... let's see. Brett H says, yes, Styx is making that money. Can't blame him. Styx isn't a super talented guy. And the fact that he is the position he is to make so much money is very lucky. Styx doesn't want to fuck that up. Peppers Goripa says, Nick won. Yeah, I think most people would probably agree with that. Most reasonable people. It's just like I would like to see a real debate where someone actually tried to argue against Nick's real position, because even Nick said himself that Styx didn't even refute his position. He would like argue around that, which is what I was explaining. I think some people in the chat also saw it too, because I was reading a little bit and some of you mentioned that too. Let's see if I can find the comment. I don't know. I can't find it, but it was pretty bad from him. That's all I have to say pretty much. Styx about to go poo-poo mode. Anyways, I'm gonna change the title real quick of the stream to the Kyle Rittenhouse court case, because that is what we're gonna be watching next. We'll see what happens with that. Obviously, I'm not too optimistic about anything. We'll see what happens, though. You never know. Let's see, what should we title this? And I don't know if I'm gonna stream the whole thing, because I don't know how long it's gonna go on for, but I'll stream as much as I can. Let's see. And I will turn the text-to-speech super chats back on. All right, we'll title this Kyle Rittenhouse trial day. What is it? Day 3 now? Let me see. Yeah, day 3. Kyle Rittenhouse trial day 3 live. All right, I'll just name it that. Should probably get a thumbnail for it too. All right, there we go. So, while we wait for this, I guess we could keep talking about the debate that we just watched. And by the way, for those of you guys who don't know yet, I did what the hell is going on? I did launch my website yesterday, so if you haven't checked that out, check the description. It should be there, the link to it. Go check it out and let me know what you think about it. It's still very early in the whole, process. I just launched it to have it out, but I will be adding a lot more stuff to it. And as you can see, there's a merch tab, so I'll be releasing merch around Christmas time. It won't be too expensive. All right, what was I gonna check? Oh yeah, thumbnail. Gotta get a new thumbnail. Sneed Chucky says Nick wins. Yeah, Nick definitely won that. I mean, I'm pretty sure most people would probably agree with that. If someone doesn't agree with that, then they're just coping pretty much. Nick wins like every single debate. I don't think he's lost a single debate ever, at least the ones that I watched. George Trabaldo says they both lost. I don't know. Could you explain that a bit more? I don't know how they both lost. Aaron says, gotta shoot off. Thanks again and good luck. No problem, bro. Should probably make an announcement to my Discord. Announcing the technically new stream. It's the same stream, but we're gonna be doing something else. All right, messages out. Hopefully, some more of my subs or people in my Discord will probably join in soon. Thomas Commerce says Rittenhouse equals innocent. Yeah, we'll see what happens to the man. A lot of the court cases or the trials I've been watching recently have not ended up good, so I'm not gonna be making any more predictions anymore. We just gotta wait and see. Hopefully they do come back from recess soon. Sort of forgot about the whole Rittenhouse thing until now, seeing this. All right, the new thumbnail should be up now. I don't know if you guys could see it. I'm gonna look back in the chat again, see anything else I missed, because usually I like to interact with the chat a lot, but when we're watching something together, I kind of don't want to interrupt. Oh, it's something else I wanted to talk about. This comment, Brett said, Sticks wearing cowboy ears as a backhanded insult. I noticed that too. That was kind of weird. Sticks was wearing like these like catboy ears. I don't know. They're like panda ears. It was like weird, and I don't think I've ever seen him wear that before. And I don't know if it was supposed to be like a jab at Nick or something like that. It's definitely weird. If it was like unironic, then that guy's definitely got some problems that he needs to get checked out, because that's kind of embarrassing. I don't know how someone would pull up to a serious debate like that. See what else did I miss here. Political Talk said they both are right but disagree whether they are right. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying too. Max says, where can I find the debate? We just streamed it, so if you want to watch on here, you can scroll back a little bit. It literally just ended like a few minutes ago, and it's like the same stream. I just decided to switch over to this since it ended, and keep the stream going for a while. I don't know. The title should have changed to the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. I don't know if some people still have it as the Nick debate, but if anyone here is wondering where to find the Nick debate, you could just scroll back, or I don't know, probably someone else already uploaded it. Anyways, about Political Talk's comment, that's kind of what I was saying about how they were like both right, but they were like still like arguing around each other. Like when Sticks was saying the original stuff about China, he wasn't saying anything that was wrong. Obviously, as it was going, he started saying some stupid things. But all right, looks like this is about to start up. The volume is on, so I don't know if they have to turn on their mics or what. James Fan said it wouldn't be the first time Sticks dressed stupid on stream. I don't really watch him like at all too often, so I wouldn't know. I can't imagine though. I mean, dude, his outfit in general was pretty weird what he was wearing, like, but the cat ears just topped it off. Is he gonna turn the mic on or? All right, it's not just us, so I guess we'll have to wait. What the? Oh crap! All right, here we got the sound on. Let me know if the sound is fine. If not, I'll turn it up. We'll see what happens here. And I will turn the super chats text to speech on, so in case anybody donates, it'll pop up. It's not like we get too much donations often, but just in case if someone does, I don't want to like, scam them. So there we go. Should be good. What happened? The mic was on for a second.
Would you come down, please?
Thomas Carver says, watch Europa The Last Battle. Let me look that up. Oh, I see what this is. Never heard of it, though.
You need some more water? They thought they were in a different courtroom because they didn't recognize me.
Alright, I'm looking up stuff about the Troj to see maybe something I missed or something like that. This is the third day. I didn't watch the first two.
Number one, and the answer to your question is yes, and it's a number one buzz is what it's called. But can anybody tell me why they'd call it a partial? Why would they call that a partial? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. McGinnis. We're going to continue where we left off this morning. You were describing the situation where the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum.
Hold on, we'll turn the volume up just a little bit.
Where you were at that location and what was going on through your...
Let me know if it's good.
Earlier, I think you said your eyes were focused on the barrel of the gun. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you saw what was going on in front of you between Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, what was going through your mind at that moment?
Well, at the point at which Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum was continuing to advance, that's when I realized that they were going to, I guess, collide or meet, but it was clear based on the speed with which Mr. Rosenbaum was running and obviously what was shouted beforehand that they weren't coming together to have a friendly meeting. And given that Mr. Rittenhouse was armed, I became extremely worried because I was behind Rosenbaum that I was going to be caught in whatever was about to happen.
Did you feel like you were positioned in the line of fire?
I did, and that's why I altered my trajectory slightly as the shots were being fired.
When those shots were being fired, did anything happen to you?
What exactly do you mean by that?
Did you get hit?
Nope.
Did you feel at that moment like you had gotten hit?
Well, I told the police the night of because they were asking me, where my eyes were. So as Rosenbaum was lunging forward, my eyes were on the gun. But as the shots, when the shots were fired, I did actually change my. I looked down at my legs because it's difficult for me to say whether it was a sound or a sensation, but there was feeling sound that something went past my legs, and I looked down, and then I looked back up, and I actually stepped my feet to make sure that I was fine.
You told the detective that you felt something on your leg, and your first thought was that you had been shot. Correct?
I was worried of that, absolutely. Again, I'm not sure whether it was something that actually, you know, actually contacted my pants, or whether it was just the, you know, sensation sound, but it caused me to look down, and I did, you know, stamp my legs to make sure that they felt okay.
Did you feel that the defendant's actions of turning around and pointing the gun and discharging those rounds put you in danger?
I would say that, given where I was, certainly I was in danger. Yes.
After the, let me back up 1 second. We've talked a lot about Mr. Rosenbaum's actions towards Mr. Rittenhouse, and I just want to clarify one part of that. At any point, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum touch the defendant's gun?
It's hard for me to say whether he actually made contact with the gun, but what I can say is that they were extremely close, and that if he did, then it didn't alter the trajectory of the weapon. So if he did, it wasn't like, you know, he got a hand on it. It was maybe barely grazed it, but they were very close, and it was actually since I was behind him, it, you know, his body was partially obstructing the barrel of the gun at that time. So it's hard for me to say definitively whether or not he actually made contact, but not that I saw. I couldn't say definitively.
I couldn't hear the last.
Oh, which part?
Last sentence.
I couldn't say definitively whether or not there was contact made.
We know from all the videos, from all the evidence, Mr. Rittenhouse fires 4 rounds. You testified earlier, Mr. Rosenbaum winds up face down on the ground, correct?
Correct.
What did you do then?
Well, after the shots were fired, there were other shots that were going off, and at this point, I'm aware of the fact that, you know, that's probably gunfire. Mr. Rittenhouse, from my perspective, had run away, and Mr. Rosenbaum was lying behind a car, and so I knew that he was, given the shots were fired at such close range, that he had to have been hit, and he was lying lifeless on the ground, and so I saw him behind the car, and I saw it as both a place that I could get safety, but also help him, and so I ran over. I said something along the lines of, "Are you okay? I'm going to flip you over slowly," and then I flipped him over, and at that point, other people were arriving, and that's, you know, basically all the rest is on video. But we were trying to. I presume that there were, you know, given the weapon that he was using, that there had to be big wounds, and as people arrived, we were looking for those, and then somebody shouted that there was a hospital across the street, at which point I told one individual to grab his other arm, and we carried him across the street. Should I just continue with?
Let me stop you there for a second. Can we please play Exhibit 19? 19? Oh, I gotta turn on this.
In our Han supermajority and just get rich.
All right, hold on a sec. I think Nick is on already.
We're gonna drink baijiu, and we're gonna
think he's on
play,
here.
like Chinese checkers with each other, and sit with our, have our bellies out, sit with our shirts up, and sit around the cafe and smoke cigarettes, and it's gonna be great. Like that's kind of what the Chinese are about. The Chinese don't have this satanic, make them pay, make the Christians pay. They don't have that. They have a no, we don't want Christianity here. Get them out. But
Sneed Cookie says Fransen is live, not Nick. Yeah, I just switched it over.
And that's what's going on in the American Empire. They're like torture. Like they're all about this. They're just bloodlusty.
Thought Nick was gonna be going live because he forwarded it, but
the exact word for it, but
I just got like the notification thing. So I guess we'll just watch this.
There is a difference there. Now,
since it relates to the debate,
like GDP or something, yeah, maybe China's larger, so technically they have more statism there. But what Nick was offering to the debate, and what he was arguing is that the trajectory is just not the same. And it's not the same to say, well, one state, both of these states have the same government spending as percentage of GDP, the exact same. We'll just say 17%. State A has 17%, state B has 17%, and therefore they're equal. Well, one is headed in one direction, based on the governing class, and one is headed in another direction. And you just want to have some nuance with that. It was just very spurgy, not recognizing that at all. It was very problematic, very problematic in his thinking. And then the constant scatological asides, the Coomer asides. It's very disconcerting that this guy reaches 150,000 people a day, according to what he says. If he can engage in that level of thinking, then at some level he is a propagandist. Now spamming the NAP is way better than public schooling or anything coming out of the White House or anything like this. It's way better, but at some level it does become propagandistic. To just be really fucking lazy and then just cuss about it and then be like, Nick, you're reacting. At some point that's problematic and just does a disservice to the viewers. So, and Nick was offering that there is a difference, and Nick was offering that that China's ruling party has the, and I don't know if he elucidated it.
I know it's pretty obvious, but
basically
put that poll up just to
more so
just for fun, I guess. I don't know if you guys could see it yet, but I put a poll up.
The American Empire, I mean, they're crazy, man. They've been with the CIA and the DMT and the LSD and all these crazy drugs they've been doing. They are on some weird thing, and then purposely selecting for IQ and stuff like this. In their ranks, they have these really ratcheted up people on stims, basically.
Damn, it's 50. Only 2 votes. All right, let's see. Does it let me vote?
And then they'd fight extra.
I don't think so.
They have that they have that thing going on, and the Chinese don't really have that. They're more like Confucian. They are more to do the opium and they're a little more meditative in where they're going, but I guess you can't point that out. Because it's all just communism. It's you can't, there's no distinction between Stalinist national communism and Chinese nationalist communism and European internationalist communism through the EU. There's no difference between these. Because it's all just communism.
Damn, the
or
poll is
something like that.
tighter than I thought. It's only
just
like
very
10 votes
goofy,
right now.
very
But
goofy that with Styx, you're not able to, like, he just shuts down conversation when
67-33.
you wanna talk about gradations and statecraft and stuff like this.
Wow,
There's different
64-36
approaches
with
and all
more
this,
votes coming in.
And it's really anti-curious, actually, on Styx's part. So Marines, was it Marines? It was fire bats. So really unimpressed with Styx, but you know, I continue to be sort of unimpressed with Styx. It's high output, but not necessarily the most helpful thinking. You know, just kind of keeps people in a ghetto, keeps people in this like NAP ghetto. I mean, what do you need from that? You know, the government raised the levy. Well, this violates the NAP more. I mean, you know, that's kind of what Styx's whole thing boils down to. And then some occult stuff, which I'm not interested in. And then a lot of cussing and then like Kumar asides. So that's what you're getting out of this guy. And that's what he brought to the debate. And, you know, it didn't really go anywhere. So I wouldn't.
Yo, keep voting, guys. It's still almost 50-50. It's pretty close. Let's try to get 20 votes in.
It was just willful ignorance so much as it was just autism on the part of Styx. And there was a little bit of upside in what Styx was saying, in that like alt tech is challenging the empire. And that was pretty well countered by Nick. So, but that wasn't gotten into very well. And that's one point of the debate that I would have liked to have seen more flesh out, basically, is that, well, okay, alt tech is undoing the empire. Now, how exactly? Like, articulate that. So views is like getting a lot of daily views that undoes the empire, or what specifically undoes the like grip of the empire? What is it? What is it exactly about alt tech? Now, if you can get your Cloudflare shut down, is there another Cloudflare or something? Like, is there a credit card company out there that we don't know of that they built through alt tech? Can we just boil down alt tech to just doing commentary on non-YouTube sites? Is commentary on non-YouTube sites like regime?
James says Styx had the better position.
Is that what undoes their power?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that.
What about?
I think I definitely agree with Nick more. Well, because Styx is also saying things that weren't wrong. I've explained this. I don't know if you're here.
The primacy.
It's just that I feel like he just wasn't arguing against Nick's point at all. Nick had like a complete different. I think Fransen just explained this too.
Now, what happens if BitChute servers in a third world country?
Shoot, we got 21 votes in. Nick is still slightly winning. Well, it's not slightly anymore, but it's a lot closer than I expected. I thought Nick would
basically the UK
won pretty decisively, but it seems like you guys are pretty
and
even
cool
split.
With Altec having solutions to this. I want solutions. This is a debate I would have liked to have seen fleshed out more. It just didn't go very far there. Like, just going, does Styx think that freedom will be attained by just going to jumping to whatever new video hosting?
Yeah, that was such a stupid argument from Styx, by the way. I didn't even mention that at the end when I was talking about it.
The most on YouTube, and then less.
Like, I don't know if he genuinely believes that, or like he's just trying to come up with some argument to just for the debate, because anyone who thinks that the solution is just jumping on other pretty shitty alt tech platforms is useful or is going to be effective is just ridiculous. Anyone who thinks that is pretty delusional.
Is that it? Is that what there is? Yeah, there is.
So we're almost getting the 30 votes in here.
All that we have to do? Well, that's nice. That's nice. And maybe that wins, and that's cool. So, and that is cause for optimism. So, but that wasn't hammered home by Styx. He just kind of like mentioned it and then was proud of his views, and I don't know what there is to be proud of when you're just looking at like the latest you're looking at the latest Xinhua News article or the latest Breitbart article, and you're going, see, this violates the NAP here. He's sitting back like this, like shirtless, he's like all down here, and his cat's like walking around showing its anus everywhere, and he's got his house plants, and he's like, see, this violates the NAP, you guys. See, thanks for tuning in. Hey, guys, welcome to another video. Yeah, this violates the NAP. Like, is that what's going to get us to freedom? Wow, cool. Well, we'll just sit on our asses and just, wait. We'll just wait until, like, the economy's totally gone. And, we organize locally for libertarian principles. All right, well.
George Trabaldo says Nick was the better debater for sure, but I don't agree with him on this.
I don't really have a rebuttal to that.
It's hard for me to, like, even,
is there more?
like, I feel like what he was saying was mostly factual things, so.
Video, alternatives and just going, well, you see, the city council decision breaks the.
Unless you think like Styx and you don't even like get his point.
If that's what's gonna get us freedom, all right. Is there anything more? Is there anything more? I'd like to see it. If there's going to be facial recognition technology, we want to steer that in an ethical manner, and that's going to require people going into the elite institutions and like restructuring things in there, and it's going to, it's going to require like people in positions of influence deciding to do the right thing. And is that completely?
Brad says, "Chat,
utopia
no, not what? Cat shit gives you brain parasites. Look it up."
Well, if there is, then that's interesting, and we can have a conversation about that.
I don't think I'm too interested in that, to be honest.
Shouted down by Coomer interjections. Okay, let's have a conversation. If that's all it is, if it's just reductionism down to like, do libertarian local organizing and apply the NAP in different videos on Rumble and BitChute, and that's going to get us to freedom. Cool. You go ahead and do that. Enjoy yourself. I hope you have an enjoyable life. I say that sincerely, not sarcastically, and I wish you the very best in that. There are other people that are going to take other approaches, and like,
I'll see if I can stream this whole thing throughout this whole thing, and then we'll talk more, I guess.
Looking at
if it goes on for too long, then I'll just let you guys know. But
looking at what some people in Singapore
yo, one more vote. We're almost at 30 votes.
Looking at what they do.
So one more person vote. We'll see
or looking, to China.
What the consensus is out of 30 out of 50 people here.
Looking at what's going wrong in Chile or something like this. This is a conversation that can be had. And it doesn't mean that like you don't like freedom or something. You're a Chicom. I thought that was really just low impulse control on Styx's part to be like spurging out at Nick for being a communist shill. Like, and it's communism compared to what, right? Globalism appears to be a lot worse than communism. Globalism has that punitive element to it. The like, satanic, drink adrenochrome, this like crazy fucking occult stuff that maybe Styx has written some books about or something. The 666 guy,
Yeah, what's up with Styx? Like, he's like a freaking pagan or something. I remember watching his religion debate, but I don't really remember exactly what he said he was.
Does it blow your?
So if any of you know for sure, just like let me know in the comments.
Closed borders communism, where they don't do international intervention. They just expand their routes and stuff like this, and that's that. They don't actually do foreign invasions. Have you never heard of this?
Pretty sure he's like some pagan dude. No. I know he uses 666 on his name, so that's pretty weird too. But
can we not have a discussion about?
I don't know why Nick is like friendly towards him. I think he told them in the debate. He said
It's like totally disrespectful.
Something like, he's like, I like you as a friend. Not those exact words, but he said something similar to that.
And and I'm only quoting him on that, right?
Q-Tip says I'm an hour behind, but the debate just finished where I'm watching. This debate was very annoying. Styx could not understand the simple argument that Nick was making for an hour and a half. Yeah, I don't know if you're still watching, but that's literally what I was saying right after, and that's what I was thinking throughout the whole thing. It was just pretty annoying.
Do you think there are no consequences?
I don't know. it's like he came into the debate thinking it was gonna be, thinking there was gonna be something else that was being debated. It was like that, and no one said something about it. They just kept it going for like the whole thing. Steve Chucky says he's a satanic pagan. Yes. He also says Charles Martel was a pagan. Lol. He hates Christianity and seethes over it all the time. Wow, that's freaking crazy. I did watch his religious debate, like I said, but I really don't remember. It's been a while. PT said the debate get heated. I can't find a replay. Oh, you could scroll back on the stream right now. We actually streamed the whole thing. It's just that we kept the stream going until now just so we can keep talking about it. But it is here. Just scroll all the way back and you can watch the whole thing. And I wouldn't say it got heated. There's a few moments where they started like, saying some stuff, but it wasn't really heated.
Of a community in his own head because he gets all this.
Barry Stan says Nick absolutely gripes Styx.
He uploads, So
he's like. He does that to pretty much everyone he debates. Look, I can't think of a single debate he's lost, or like maybe some that were like pretty even, but maybe I'm just biased because I agree with him most of the time. But
counterpoint to evil, and then he went off on this thing like, well, your forefathers shot evil. All right, that's you go ahead and do that, Styx, because you're going to reach a point where you're going to reach a point where you didn't do the right things. You just sat back and figured.
Tom Donald said Styx is a Satanist.
From government predations. Meanwhile,
it's pretty crazy, bro. I mean,
and so you're not.
I don't really care for him.
And you're not gonna have like the right.
Nick seems to be like sort of not like.
You misled people.
He's like sort of friendly to him. I know they're not like friends, but he said it in the freaking debate. So
I don't want that.
I don't know. I find that a bit weird.
That may be a potential consequence for his. Frankly, his laziness.
Is he like a real Satanist, or he's just one of those like? Well, every Satanist, every person that calls himself a Satanist is basically just an atheist.
What he's offering the world besides doing the NAP to news articles?
They're just like atheists that try to be edgy.
I don't have a full, image of his life. I don't really understand everything he's doing. So, maybe he lives in the Netherlands. So.
Provo Armalite said, yeah, it got heated when Styx said Nick wasn't on the front lines and that he wasn't a threat to the system. Yeah, I actually I almost forgot about that part, but yeah, it got pretty heated there. But other than that, it wasn't pretty. It was pretty tame.
Who the fuck cares, right? He's just some.
But yeah, that part definitely got a little bit heated.
Who applies the NAP to things and has gotten some internet clout for it. So good job, dude. Like, congratulations. If you want to sully the waters for people who are saying, well, there's these huge state entities, and some of them will collapse of their own accord because of alt tech and because of DeFi or whatever. But some of them will persist, and we need to have a reckoning with what they're going to be used for. We need to talk about the ethics about this, if at all possible, and to steer them in our people's best self.
Generally like Styx, but his hard on against Christianity is too pat.
Fuck you,
Tom Donald said he believes in the occult, so he's not an average atheist.
Styx phrase from the millennials anyway. So
yeah, I don't know too much about him.
That's what I think. Totally unimpressed with Styx. I never really am impressed with
Styx. Was right. How you gonna say you're on the front lines while complaining so much that you're deplatformed everywhere? I don't see how that makes sense.
He's okay.
What you're saying makes sense.
He did so poorly. I've never really been impressed with.
He is deplatformed because he's on the front lines. If he was irrelevant, he would still be on YouTube. He'd still be everywhere.
It doesn't really involve people skills.
And it doesn't even take much to be deplatformed. I've been banned on YouTube. I've been banned on TikTok, and I'm probably gonna be banned on Twitter eventually. It doesn't really take too much to get banned.
So I'm gonna jump out of here, but I appreciate you guys joining me.
All right, so it looks like Fransen's gonna end.
We'll talk soon. I'll be doing some more weekly shows like this. And I hope the new.
Like he complains about being deplatformed because that's what happened, and being deplatformed really sets you back. So I don't see who wouldn't complain about it.
Thanks to the debate participants. For
being banned does not mean you're not on the front. If anything, it's the opposite of that.
A little bit of content of the many things I do. All right, see ya.
All right, this guy's done, so I guess I'll just keep reading what you guys are saying. We got almost 40 votes in. Nick is still winning. Um, it's a lot closer than I thought. I thought it would be like 80% Nick. I don't know. I wonder who all the 37% in here that support Fransen are, because I haven't seen too many of them. Fred Watson says, can't be on the front lines if you're banned from the battlefield. That's not really true. It's more like being banned is part of what's going on the battlefield. The battlefield is not just big tech social media platforms. Being banned is like something they use against you. George Trabalda says, Nick won the debate, but that doesn't mean his position is the true one. China is not an ally to dissidents in America. I mean, I wouldn't say that the point was actually that they're... Well, maybe it was. I don't remember exactly all his words, but I wouldn't say that's not completely true. Obviously, they're not allies and they're not actively trying to help us, but Nick's point was more that China creating a disruption or being an adversary to the American regime is beneficial to us, which that is pretty much a true statement. Anything that is gonna disrupt the system benefits us right now. So I don't see how you're saying that that's not true. If you don't think that's true, then I'd like some explanation to that. Barry Stan says, Battlefield pilled. He also said, I got banned on Twitter at 181k followers. Yeah, I've never gotten that much followers, but I was pretty decent on TikTok. I had like almost 30k at one point. And I wouldn't do exactly what I do now. I was more of like a clipping thing, and I was going to start my channel off of that. But I got banned off of that. And I didn't even get into anything too extreme either. It was literally like around the election time. And I didn't get actually banned. I got shadow banned, which I think is pretty much worse because they have you thinking that you're fine, and then you're just posting and getting 0 views. I have 30,000 followers and I'd get 0 views every video. So it was a clear shadow ban. Even though some people argue that shadow bans don't exist, they definitely do. Rizzo says, bet. Oh, shoot. I was reading. I actually started reading the cozy chat. Guess I'll put this in the background while we talk, just so it's not too boring over here. Barry Stan says, I'd post on YouTube, but I'll get banned instantly. Honestly, I mean, YouTube, I feel like it's pretty easy to get. Actually, I don't even know if it's easy, because there's some people who've done way worse in terms of going against the terms of service than me, and somehow they've been like up for years. There's certain people, they say stuff that would definitely get you banned. Look, when I got fucked up by YouTube, it was for restreaming. Like, you know how I'm streaming this right now? I was streaming the debate against Robert Barnes. And the difference was that I was getting so many views because, obviously Groypers, they're freaking crazy, man. And somehow everyone found my video. I had like over 300 viewers. So it was getting hella attention. I think I was like the top stream on YouTube for like that debate because it wasn't on YouTube. And then the stream ended, and then I was still getting a lot of followers, a lot of people coming in to rewatch it. And then I was, I think, at like 100 something, almost 200 subs at the time. And then I kept gaining and gaining. I was at 300, 350. And then I was like, man, I'm going to wake up in the morning and I'm going to be at like 450 at least. And then I wake up to a notification saying that I got banned. I didn't get any warnings. I never got into any trouble with YouTube before. So it was pretty crazy. And I know other people who talk a lot more than me. And they're somehow still here. They've gotten like 3 warnings, a couple strikes, and they're still holding on. So I don't know why it happened to me, but everything happens for a reason. So, and either way, I'm almost back to where I was before, so I'm not too worried about that. Fred Watson says, I agree that the debate topic should have been better clarified. They both kind of seemed unclear on what exactly they were arguing against at times, on what they agreed / disagreed on. Yeah, that's literally like what kind of ruined the whole thing. I feel like Nick definitely realized, and he even called it out a few times, but it's not like he like stood his ground and like said, "Yo, you're saying some crazy stuff." He like fed into what Styx was saying, so that's why it dragged on for like throughout the whole thing. Barry Stan says, "You're the only one restreaming this, so big ups." Thank you, bro. I always try to restream on YouTube stuff like this because I know there's always people looking for it on YouTube. So, Provo Armalite says, weren't you the one who uploaded the Barnes debate? I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, I did. That's the fateful day that I got set back. I'd probably look. I'm not being cocky or anything, but I think if that never happened, I probably would have like 1,000 subs right now. Maybe a little less, maybe like 800. Either way, getting banned on YouTube is inevitable, so I was expecting that, but I just feel like, I need more time to find an alternative because I've tried getting on all tech sites and everything like that, but for people small as me, it's not really useful. It's hard to actually, gain a following through that. For someone like Nick, obviously they can build their own website and still have a large presence, go on Gab and have over 100,000 followers. But when you're small and you need somewhere to grow, I'd rather just keep making accounts on YouTube and keep getting hundreds of subs and getting banned like over and over than getting like no views on BitChute or something like that. Beppis Groiper says NWP is base, yes sir. Barry Stan says you can't have Nick on YouTube. I had a clip channel with a few hundred subs. Had to stop making accounts because they get banned after a couple days. Yeah, clip channels definitely get banned. I feel like those get banned pretty quicker than just doing your own stuff. But it's interesting though because I don't know how they do it. I assume that just having Nick on, since he's banned on YouTube, it also gets you banned on YouTube if you post them. But there's some certain videos, certain channels that have videos of him up that have thousands and thousands of views and they still haven't gotten taken down. And I even know a guy who's a clipper, so I know how that happens. Well, I know a couple guys, but I know one guy who got banned like pretty quickly. Barry Stan says if we didn't have this censorship, people from our side would be huge on big platforms. Yeah, definitely. If Nick never got censored ever from anywhere, he'd be so much more popular right now. It's like I can't imagine how much bigger he'd be. He'd probably have at the very least, like 500,000 subs, in my opinion. And people like Baked Alaska would have like a lot. I mean, obviously with what's going on right now with him, he's kind of restricted on what he can do. But at his peak, when he'd be doing a lot of crazy shit and be entertaining as hell, like he still is entertaining, but his content's kind of a little less extreme. But bro, he would have so much attention if he was on mainstream platforms because he's actually pretty funny to watch. People were always looking for like new types of entertainment, so maybe he'd probably be bigger than Nick because Nick is a political guy and people go, mostly normies and stuff, they go on the internet to look for entertainment, so they'd probably, I honestly think Yoba would probably be bigger. Let's see. Sneak Chucky says Yoba. Yeah, I also, speaking of Yoba, I did stream his trial the other day, which was not good. I thought he'd probably have a good result, but he got guilty on all charges. Can't wait to see Louis the Road doc. Bro, I remember when that was first happening and there's like a lot of, debate going on whether Beardson should have done it or not. It's like a hit piece, so I wonder what's going to come out of it, but I guess I'll watch it too. Provo Armalite says, how long have you been watching Nick? I started watching in April 2019. He used to get 1.2k viewers back then. Funny enough, it was YouTube that recommended his channel to me. Honestly, I don't remember. I don't know for sure when I started watching him, but it's been definitely at least it's been over a year now, so I don't know if I started watching him closer to 2 years ago or what, but I've been watching him for quite some time now. He was on D Live when I started watching him, so I don't know if you remember when he got on D Live, then that would probably give you a better idea of when I started watching him. Barry Stan says you should do a show where you have some guest on, like a group chat show. Yeah, actually, I used to do that on my old channel. I'd have Collins in my Discord, and when I do start up my show again, because I do have a show, but I've only done like 2 episodes and they weren't that good. I did them a while ago, but I'm just holding off on streaming. But I'm gonna like not streaming like this, like streaming my show, like a real show. But I'm gonna get that back soon, and I'll probably do Collins again, so people would be able to call in and talk if they want. But yeah, I've done that quite a few times. I did on the old channel. I think I might have done it once on here. I'm not sure. But that's definitely something I like to do. I like to talk with the people, not just read the chats. But Barry Stan says you should. Oh, I just read that. So yeah, it's definitely something I have planned for the future. The thing is, like, I didn't want to completely start the political show again because I don't want to get too committed to that and then end up getting banned again like I did last time. Look, I know it might sound kind of crazy, but my biggest hope, I mean, would be to eventually, when Nick says he'll open up Cozy TV to smaller people and people who doesn't know, that maybe somehow I could get on it. And that would be the permanent solution to being worried about being banned on here. I don't know if it'll ever get to that point where he lets people as small as me in, but if there's that possibility, then Barry Stan says I'd come on your show, but I'm British, so it'd probably be like 3 a.m. for me if you did it in the evening. Black pilled again. I used to do, because I started this in like the summer, so I do my streams kind of earlier. I don't know when I'll do them now, if I start them up again, but I'll definitely let you guys know. I used to not even have like a scheduled time. I used to just do them whenever I had time. I'd get on and stream, and usually we'd have like a pretty good turnout. Provo Armlight says D Live was January 2020. He started gaming streams on there in summer 2019, but moved over completely after the YouTube ban in January 2020. Yeah, so I was watching him since like the D Live stuff. Jake Coffee says, where can I watch the debate? Just scroll all the way back. I stream the whole thing, so you can watch the whole thing on here. And then we also stream part of Fransen's talk about it. So it should be there if you scroll back. It's just, this is like one whole continuous stream. I think a lot of people here are actually watching it right now as I'm talking, because there's like 70 people on here. I first saw him on Lawrence Southern's debate in December 2017. I watched him casually from then on. Then during and after Groiper War, his shows were a must watch. Man, I wish I discovered him that early, to be honest. Would have been pretty cool to see how he's progressed. Jay Coffee says, thanks, no problem, bro. Nick's been doing this for a pretty long time. What is it? It's like 5 years now, almost. He started in 2017, right? So yeah, that would be like 5 years soon. It's not even 2022 yet, but we're about to get there. I'm excited to see where Cozy TV goes to within a year from now. I think it's definitely got potential to be something big. My favorite Nick moment was when he made Hassan Nabi cry. I don't know who that guy is, but I don't think I definitely haven't seen that. So Mel Gibson says, I've been watching Nick since that Al Sub debate, but knew about him a bit earlier. Hellbilly says, not super deep into his debate, and this Styx guy seems like a pompous ass. Bro, that debate, honestly, I kind of expected it to be, something like that, but I didn't think that Styx would just completely go off on something else. I remember when he was a 200 view streamer, bro. That's crazy. Hassan Piker, he's the biggest left wing streamer. You know what? I probably have seen him before. I just don't remember the name. Let me look him up. Yeah, I definitely recognize the face. I've never actually, watched him like that, but yeah, I've seen one of his videos before actually too. I think something I've watched something about him because I recognize the face, but not the name. So Peppers Groper says, "Shout out to all the NWPers watching the debate right now on the stream." Foodie says he's on Twitch. I think who Hassan Piker. Cenk Uyghur's nephew. Nick debated him. Hassan is a TYT. Am I dumb for not knowing what that is? Liberal. I don't know what. Maybe I'm just stupid. But anyways, we're almost at 60 votes here. Nick almost at 70%. Sticks at 32. See if we could get a couple more votes in. I want to see if we could get as much votes as possible. Like maybe like 100 if I stream long enough. I think we definitely have enough people to make it 100 because a lot of the votes are probably people who are on earlier. Oh, the Young Turks. I'm so stupid. Yeah, I've seen that. The Young Turks is Cenk Uyghur's thing. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I'm just stupid. I didn't make that connection in my head. All right, it's good we're not actually listening to the Rittenhouse thing, to be honest, because it's probably pretty boring. It's only interesting when they actually read out if he's guilty or not, which I have a bad feeling about. I think he's probably going to be guilty. Not even because I think that he's guilty, I just think that, they're not going to let him go. Same thing with Chauvin. I actually streamed almost the whole Chauvin trial on my old account, and I thought he was gonna be guilty of what is it called, manslaughter. I think was one of the charges that he had. I thought he was gonna be guilty maybe of that, and definitely of that actually, but not actual homicide. I think I'm not like a legal guy, so I don't remember exactly all the terms and stuff. But I didn't think he'd get as bad. I thought he was gonna get some time, but I didn't think he'd get it as bad as he did. And then when I watched the big Alaska trial, which is still up, I thought he was definitely gonna get a good result. And he also did pretty shit, so I'm not gonna be too hopeful about anyone anymore. Barry Stan says he's 100% getting guilty. Yeah. So it's pretty much just a waste of time to watch all of it. And probably, I think, is this the last day or not? I'm not sure how much days there are to these trials and stuff like that. But if they do the what is it called, the sentencing, when they read out if he's guilty, maybe I would stream that. I don't think that's happening today though. Barry Stan says people start to see how bad the legal system has gotten. I mean, I hope they would. I'm not too optimistic about everything, to be honest. Most people are just kind of dumb, to be honest. Like normies and stuff. And this is for the USA. Now imagine how bad it is in my country. Yeah, man. It's crazy, bro. Like, I don't know. I don't know if people realize, most people are still kind of oblivious to it. Well, actually, the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff, it was pretty big, and most it's because the thing is that most right wingers, like, are people, we obviously know this stuff, but it's everyone else who just doesn't get it. I don't think they will get it. Like, you realize everyone who, half the people who are watching or keeping up with the trial, half of them think he's innocent, so right wingers and stuff, and the other half think he's guilty, so left wingers and probably a bunch of normies too. The people who think he's innocent are gonna keep thinking what they're thinking, and the people who think he's guilty will probably keep thinking what they're thinking. So that's pretty much why there's never, like, people always want, oh, well, this is gonna wake people up, or this is gonna show people what's going on. Half of us already do know what's going on. It's the other half that are just not gonna get it anytime soon. That's a big problem. By the way, sorry if I sound a little weird. It's like my allergies have been pretty bad today, so I can barely breathe out of my nose. So if I sound a little weird, that's why. I don't know if you guys could notice or not. Foodie, he says he's innocent, but it's up to the jury, of course. Yeah, and the juries never really do a good job too often recently. I want to see Nick debate infrared. Dude, I want as much Nick debates as possible, to be honest, because we don't get debates from him too often anymore. But I want to see stuff where he really goes hard, like, back in like the blood sports days, stuff like that. I wasn't around back then in like 2017, 2018, but I think some of 2019 too, right? But I did watch like almost all of those debates, so I want to see stuff like that again. Barry Stan says, yeah, you're right, TBH. NPCs won't really wake up since they've already based their existence around serving the system. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It's I guess it's possible for a certain amount of people, but it's not like everyone's suddenly gonna change their mind. Barry Stan says, the more Nick debates, the more cozy TV grows. That's the best way to expose himself to new audiences now. Yeah, that's true, but the thing is, I do wonder who else he's going to bring on, because it also depends on what people he brings on. He said he's going to have a big guy, I think, coming next week or something like that. So I hope to see some more bigger people. Provo says, I want the Nick x Vosh debate. Bro, Nick would destroy Vosh. That would be a good thing, a good debate to watch. But wasn't it? I remember Nick talking about it. I think Vouch doesn't want to do it against Nick. Or was that someone else? I don't remember. But Peppers Groper says Leafy for Cozy, bro. I would actually want to see that. Like, I remember someone mentioning that in like a super chat, like half serious. But I feel like that would be really, really fun to see, and it would be good to have on Cozy. It would bring in a lot of people for sure. And I think he'd be a good fit, because that's kind of what I think is necessary for something to be successful and be like big. Obviously, Cozy TV is good right now, and it's good for its purpose right now, which is give Nick a streaming site. But if we want Cozy TV to be something big, obviously it's never going to be huge. But if we want it to be like a significant place where people can go to and stream and not get censored, it's necessary to have people that aren't, directly related to the movement or directly involved with Nick or friends with him, and political people. So, having Leafy in would definitely bring some of that. It'd bring a bunch of people who aren't like necessarily on Cozy for the politics, and that's actually what I say about alt tech social media sites. Most alt tech social media sites don't work on a massive scale. One, obviously, is because of the money. They don't have as much funds, but they don't grow to be really big, or at least significantly big, because most of them they're branded as being free speech places for right wingers, and it only attracts that group of people to put content onto them, and those types of people to watch the content on there. No one who's like a regular person is gonna get on freaking Odyssey. Like, no regular non-political person is gonna get on Odyssey and share it around, and like that's what is needed to have something become big. Like, look at Twitter. People always talk about Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. Those things are not strictly political things. Which brings it back to Truth Social, which I made a video on, and I was talking about this as well. Truth Social is 99.9% gonna fail. To fail in doing its intended goal, which it's said by the people on Trump's team even that they wanted something to rival like Facebook. That's never gonna happen, because the only people that are gonna be on it is us like groypers a little bit that want to check it out, and a bunch of older Trump supporters, and I think what's gonna be a majority of it is gonna be like freaking a bunch of QAnon boomers like spreading memes around, and of course, obviously Trump is gonna be there, which is good for having Trump on it and finally getting a place to see what he has to say, but it's not like something that will rival big tech. What we need for a successful free speech big tech platform is, hypothetically, I'm not saying this is 100% possible to happen like right now, but hypothetically, we would need like some rich guy who isn't really very political to just decide to make a new platform, whether it's a streaming platform, something like YouTube, or I don't know, something like Instagram, and have it be free speech but not branded towards being free speech. It's just a regular site, and it just happens to be free speech, and it happens to not ban people or be strict or be biased. That's what we need for a real good alternative that will actually rival big tech sites. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon because people don't really get that. And the people who are making this stuff don't get that. That's why, like, freaking Truth Social, it's called Truth Social. Like, if it's like meant to be for you to go, and you know how Twitter, it's tweets, on Truth Social, it's truths. So it's meant to be a place to go on and, you know, tell the truth. Like, I don't go on freaking Instagram to tell the truth about my political opinions. I go on there to see what my favorite rapper's saying or what my friends are posting, or, you know, post pictures of whatever I'm up to. And same thing with Twitter. Like, obviously, me being a political streamer, I have my political Twitter, but on my personal Twitter, you know, I don't really post a bunch of political stuff or try to red pill boomers out there. So that's basically my whole rant on all tech. Oh yeah, and as I was saying, Truth Social, they're called truths. So it's meant for you to be a place to just go and tell the truth, not a place where you can just go and, you know, do what regular social media does. Pretty kind of a long rant there, but I don't know. I just feel like that's something that needs to be said. I made a video on it, but I didn't go too in depth about it. But that's what I think about alt tech. Hopefully, eventually, there will be a good solution out there. That's why I'm saying the Cozy TV has that potential, because it's not just Nick and a bunch of other political people. Although right now, most of the people there are associated with Nick. It's still the beta test, so you can't expect it to be a whole lot of people. So he's getting people he knows, but you know, we have people like, I don't know, like Beardson, who doesn't do political stuff, and I think Baked is supposed to be on it. Obviously, he's supposed to be on it, but I don't know exactly when, but he's gonna be on there. He's related to the movement, but he isn't like a political streamer, you know. And then eventually, like Beppers Groper said, someone like Leafy would come on. Doesn't have to be him, but maybe someone smaller like him. Hypothetically, if they would come on, that would be more of what we need, for it to be a place where all kinds of people could get on it, for it to be big. And I know, probably because of funding and stuff, I don't think Nick could ever make something as big as a regular streaming site. But let's hypothetically say that he had like millions of dollars to be able to fund something like that, or billions. Then that's what would need to happen. So if someone else can do it, I don't know. Maybe someone watching this right now is secretly a billionaire watching New Wave Politics. Take my advice, or if you know a billionaire or a millionaire, clip this right now, send it to them, and let them know that New Wave Politics knows what he's talking about. All right. Anyways, let me see more of what you guys are saying, because I went off on that for a pretty long time. Let's see, where was I? Barry Stan says alt tech will never work to get big because the only people there are people who have been censored themselves or is deep into political person who's been banned. You need to be exposed to the masses to grow movement. Normal people have never heard of BitChute because they've never been censored in their lives. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I feel like, you know, obviously talking to my audience or people who end up on my streams, Most people would probably agree with that and realize that, but all these freaking, for some reason, most of the people making these freaking sites don't get that. Like, I wish we just had one guy who could do it, you know? Tom Donald said it's going to be riddled with insane MAGA pensioners. Yeah, definitely. It's going to be like freaking Parler, like the failure of Parler. It's going to be like Parler, but probably on a whole bigger scale, because it's going to be a lot more. Because Parler, it was known about, but it wasn't like known about. Not every single Trump supporter was on it or knew about it. But Truth Social, every single Trump supporter is going to know about it, because Trump himself is on there and he's technically making it, right? So it's going to be bigger, but it's not going to be better. It's going to be like the same. It's going to be just like Parler. That's what I'm thinking. Tom Donald's. Oh, wait. I just read that. Bepp's Group says, get Soph, a.k.a. Lieutenant Corvus, on Cozy TV. Yeah, she was like a Leafy clone back in the day, for people who don't know who that is. It was like some little girl. She'd make like Leafy type videos, and she got kind of popular. But eventually she did get banned for like being a Nazi or something like that. I don't know if she was actually a Nazi, but people were saying that. So she did something to get banned on YouTube. Like, I wouldn't say I was a fan of her at all. I don't think I really watched her ever, but she was a pretty interesting person. Hey, if she wants to get on Cozy TV, I wouldn't say no if I was Nick. Nick should want more people like that, people that were banned that do make regular, because there's a lot of people that get banned that don't make political content and aren't involved with the movement. So that would be pretty good to get more different types of people on the site. Although, will that happen? I don't know. I can't say for sure. Like, I don't know what's on Nick's mind, but you know, hopefully he's thought about that already. I mean, Nick's a smart guy. I'm sure he knows what he's doing, but Cozy TV is definitely a huge opportunity. And it's funny because there's a lot of people who've attempted to do something like Cozy TV, but they fail because of all the reasons I already explained. So it's funny, like Nick, who has like not even close to as much money as these other people, has already done it better. And it's literally just a beta test right now. I wonder how much people it would be able to handle on there. I don't have huge expectations. I think he said something about it like himself, something like that. That obviously they don't have like huge funding to be able to have so many people on it, but I don't think it will ever be like free for anyone to just hop on it. That's what I was saying. But you know, getting a decent amount of people. I think what he should do to get more people is do like a proper like application thing on the site or somewhere where you do like an application, you fill out like a form. Because he did do something earlier where you had to email them and just tell them about yourself and your channel, I guess, and stuff like that. Which I did that too. I don't think he's gonna even look at mine, but this should be like once beta testing is over, they say, all right, everything works good, we can get more people on. Because he said he'll get people he doesn't know, maybe. That should be the way to do it. Like, do it like actual applications. Let's go. We almost got 80 votes in here on who won the debate. So, to the people still watching the debate, if you end up seeing this right now, vote on the poll. 65 to 35 right now. Looks like we can get to 100 votes. We almost have 90 people in here, so we definitely have more than enough. Pepper Scorpion says almost 90 views. Yeah, that's what I literally just said that, but it's probably a bit delayed for you guys, so you read my mind there. Honestly, I thought the vote would be like 85% Nick. I don't know how many Styx people are in here, but you guys need to reveal yourselves so I could do a little classic debate in here about why you're wrong. I don't see how anybody with like a reasonable mind would say that Styx won. I don't mean that as an insult. I genuinely mean like I don't see how Styx won. He was like just factually wrong on a lot of stuff. Well, not like that might sound contradicting because of what I said earlier. He was right about certain things, but I feel like towards the end he was more going off on kind of a stupid rant just in an effort to uh, get something out of the debate because, as I explained thoroughly, they were not really debating each other. They were like debating around each other and making separate points. And then when they try to connect, they just wouldn't because they were saying completely separate things. And Nick even like he'd agree. He'd say yeah, because I think overall they pretty much did agree on most things. It's just they weren't really actually debating each other's points. Because Nick agrees. Obviously, anybody agrees. China, their system is pretty terrible and it's worse than ours right now. That Nick wasn't saying that China had a better system than America right now. That's not what he is saying. Barry Stan says a lot of Styx votes because he has a big audience on YouTube. So on YouTube, probably. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. He has like what almost 500K on YouTube. So, but the thing is, like they're not talking. So that's why I'm saying that. Like I haven't seen much Styx people, and the ones that I have seen that said he won weren't like necessarily like they liked him. They're just saying that he won the debate or that he was right. Still a Gooba says, "Tell me about Styx. Why does he wear the leather jacket, bro?" I wouldn't be so concerned about the leather jacket after seeing like those freaking ears on his head. At first, that was like the first thing that I saw, and I was like, "What the hell?" I thought maybe it was supposed to be a joke on Nick because you know the cowboy stuff. Because his overall outfit was pretty weird too, and I think I've seen some other parts of his other videos, and he does have like some weird feminine outfits and stuff. I don't know. It was weird. It was weird. Was Luigi Bros Lugu Brio? I'm so stupid. Was I keep like misreading stuff. I'm pretty far away from my screen, so like sometimes it's hard to see a little bit. Still a Gooba was Lugu Brio's band. Oh, new channel Goober 3. I don't know who that is. I know you probably weren't asking me, but turn this on for a split second.
You indicated that the defendant...
Alright, that's boring. He definitely did the ears thing for Nick. He put them on as soon as Nick started talking and smirked. Yo, I don't know if I caught him putting them on. I thought he had him on from let me scroll back on my phone. I have the stream going on my phone. Let me see. Damn, we're almost 4 hours of streaming here. I think it's about to be my actually I think I streamed for like 4 hours during the Chauvin trials. Alright, let me go check when he put the ears on. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh my god. I didn't even notice that. Well, I probably did notice that, but it's been so long that I don't even remember every exact moment. Danilo T says, "Where can I watch the debate?" Scroll back. I streamed the whole thing. This is like one whole continuous stream. Right now I'm just talking about stuff that happened in the debate and like general politics stuff. We streamed the whole debate and part of Fransen's stream after that talked about it. So you can watch all that, and then I guess you can come back here and if you want to listen into what we're talking about right now. And of course, after you're done, vote in the poll. Although it was like almost 2 hours, I think. So I don't know if I'll still be streaming by the time you're done watching, but it'll be up here. I'm not gonna end the poll until I end the stream. Danilo says, "All right, thank you. No problem, bro." Damn, that's crazy. I have like a lot of viewers, but the likes are pretty low. I'm not like complaining for likes or anything, but I'm just something I noticed. Usually, I get a bit more than that. Again, I don't want to sound like I'm being like a beggar. I'm not asking you to like, but I'm just saying. I'll see when my next stream is. I need to look up to see. I need to keep an eye on what Trump's doing because usually when Trump does rallies and stuff. That's usually good for streaming for me. I usually get like hundreds of views when I stream Trump rallies. I know he did one like a few weeks ago or something like that. Forgot where that was. I was gonna stream it, but I don't remember what happened. I couldn't. So hopefully next time I stream, most of you tune in again. By the way, now that there's more people here, I'm gonna say this again. It's like the third time. I did open up my website yesterday, so if you haven't seen that, go in the description. Check out the site and let me know what you think. I know it's not like, you know, it's not like there's a lot of stuff on there, but I just want to get it going before I really add a lot of stuff to it, especially the merch. Oh yeah, and now that there's a lot of people on here, I might as well say that we are looking for writers. If you're a writer or something, you can write articles, DM me on like Twitter or Discord or something, and we'll see if we can put you on the New Wave Politics team, because I will be having a lot of articles on the website, but I just need to find like, you know, decent writers, and obviously people who are right wing. I don't want like freaking libertarians on my making articles on my website. I'm saying that because there's some guy on my Discord that DM'd me. He's like, "Yo, can I be part of the team?" And I was like, "You're a libertarian and you're an atheist, so I think you kind of got to match up with my views to write for my website." And I felt bad because he's like a good guy, I guess. Obviously, not believing in Christ is terrible, but like, he hasn't done anything wrong with me. I don't have any problems with him. But so if you're watching this right now, just a little bit of kidding going around here. And I think he was gonna start out like a podcast or something, and he wanted me on there. I don't know if he's still doing that or not, but maybe I'll be on this podcast eventually when he does start it up. So be on the lookout for that. Barry Stan says, I have 2.5k subs on this channel, but haven't uploaded for years. Hold on. I can't click on you. I would click on your channel, check out what you have, but it doesn't let me on here. I don't know why. If you ain't Christ pilled, then you ain't no groiper. Yes, that's right, bro. You gotta be Christ pilled to be a groiper. You gotta be Christ pilled to write on newwavepolitics.net, because we're a Christ is King zone around here. Yo, we almost got 100 viewers in here, so it's pretty hype. Yeah, I would play Minecraft, but I have Minecraft on my laptop. I don't feel like logging into my account on here on my PC. So we can play on AFCraft. I don't know how many of you on here play on AFCraft or AFCraft. But it's like, you know, in America First Minecraft server I've been playing on a lot on recently. I have like my own town in there and everything. It's pretty fun. And it's run by UX Groiper, if you know who that is. He's a UX designer. Barry Stan says, you ever play Rocket League? Yeah, actually, I used to play it a lot more before, but I haven't played a lot in a long time. But it is pretty fun. Maybe I'll get back into it eventually, but it's like, you know, when you play too much of a certain game and then it gets kind of boring and you find a different game to play. It's basically what happened with Rocket League. I used to play that like every single day for like a few months, like earlier this year. Because I never actually bought the game. I used to, when it was free on Xbox for a while, because I think if you had like games for gold or like something like that, they'd have it free for a little bit. So I'd play it when it was free. Because there's a few times it was on and off where it was free and not free. And that's when I'd play it. And then eventually, recently, actually, they made it free. So that's when I started playing it again. And it's a pretty fun game, but recently I haven't been playing it. Barry Stan says, are you US West Coast or East? Man, you know, I don't feel like doxing. I know that's not like doxing, but I try to keep the information about me to a minimum. You probably understand that. Just so I don't get like actually doxed. You know, it's like, it might sound kind of corny or like being paranoid. I guess it is kind of paranoid in a way, but it's not like I'm worried about it. It's just like it's not hard to dox people when little bits of information like that are out there. You know, you could probably guess if I'm east or west based on certain things, but I don't feel like going out and confirming it. You know, it's like the more little information you put out about yourself, eventually over time, you know, obviously I'm not like a super popular YouTuber or something that people would keep track of it, but if you're too open, the little information can lead to someone finding more and more stuff about you. It's really not that hard. I know like some people like, you know, they like pull IP addresses and stuff like that, but you don't have to do that. All you need to know at first, like you start like looking for location, the name, narrow down the places. Like obviously, you know, I was gonna say something, but I probably shouldn't say that. I don't want to get into any trouble with certain people. So we got 88 votes in here, 65 to 35. Nick has been solid winning for like quite some time now. It did almost go 50-50 for a little bit, but looks like he's definitely gonna win, as expected. The New Wave Politics stream poll. So when it gets to 100 votes, I'll call it out. I don't know. For some reason, I chose 100. I want to get to 100 and see what the consensus is at 100 votes, even though it's predictable, you know, just for fun. We'll see what happens. I don't know if I should end it after 100 or just let it keep going. I'm not sure how much longer I'll be streaming. Let's see if I can find some other stuff to show to you guys. Anything out there? Just some to pass the time while I talk, you know? Because watching the chord thing without audio is kind of weird. So I don't think there's anything interesting going on that we can talk about right now. Like that's what I've been noticing a lot recently. Like when I did my old channel, I started the other channel I had. It was freaking. It was like January 2020. I remember because after the January 6th stuff, when everyone started getting banned, like Trump got banned and stuff like that, that's when I started up the whole channel stuff. So I remember back then and all the way throughout till, I don't know, very recently, I used to make videos like every single day. I'd put out videos. I'd stream almost every single day as much as I could. And there's always just something to talk about at the time. But now I feel like there's barely any real news. Maybe it's just me, I don't know. Or maybe I've gotten more picky on what I want to cover. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there used to be a lot more content or a lot more like sources of content. Now it's been a little bit drier, and I've been making maybe 1 or 2 videos a week and the streams occasionally, but I'm gonna try to start making more and more content again. It's all about time, because then again, I did make my channel. When did I make my? Was it January? Because I remember it being January, February, March, April. Yeah, it was definitely January then. I was about to say I thought it was summertime, but summertime just passed, so I was tripping. But yeah, when I made my channel, it was it's like there's so much stuff to do. Breakstand says, oh wait, I read that one. He says, watch Pickle Bleppy Chungus. That's on my channel. Pickle Bleppy Chungus is in-depth political bombshell info that blows the lid off the NWO. Alright, let's see what you're talking about. I don't know if you're trolling me or what. That title seems a little sussy baka. As long as it's not something that'll get me banned on here. Pickle Bleppy Chungus. Oh yeah, I think you're trolling me, man. Hold up. Let me put this in here. All right, let me turn the volume up. Hold on a sec. All right, so here's the official New Age Politics reaction to the coveted Pickle Blepe Chungus video.
Pickle Blepe Chungus. Pickle Blepe Chungus. Pickle Blepe Chungus.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. I kid you not.
Pickle Blepe Chungus. Pickle Blepe Chungus.
Wow, that was beautiful. I'm not gonna lie. I was not expecting that. Pickle Blepe Chungus. Yo, we got a Blepe here on the screen, by the way. Speaking of Blepes, but my Blepe is a different Blepe. He's not just regular Blepe. He's got the New Wave Politics cap, so he's the NWP Blepe. You know, he's a different character. He's my own original character. Well, it's not even a Blepe. He's a bloiper, actually. He's a bloiper. So he's his own unique character. Tyrone Jackson says JFK case closed. I'm not even going to try pronouncing that. Duvalier, 1907 to 71. Also known as Papa Dog, dictator of Haiti. From 1959 to 1971, admitted that he assassinated President Kennedy with a voodoo curse. I don't know, man. That sounds kind of crazy. What the hell is this ad, man? All right. Just putting this so there could be something in the background. JFK, please. I know you're probably trolling me right now, but I feel like looking that up just for fun. See what comes up. Sneed Chucky says... Oh, he's talking to Barry Stan. Your Twitter was hilarious. Bro, I'm starting to get worried about my Twitter because I'm about to get 100 followers on there soon. I feel like the bigger I get, the more risk I am of getting banned. Speaking of Twitter, by the way, Nick actually... Oh, I mean, not Nick. Some guy called Big Cheese. He liked one of my tweets about him. So that was pretty interesting. And let's just say a different guy called something 6000 on Twitter a while back blocked me. I don't know why. I think it's because a joke I made he didn't take too lightly, but he blocked me on there. And I was like, what the hell? 'Cause I was a big fan of something 6000. But for some reason, he decided to block me on there. But now... my boy Cheezer, he didn't block me, and Cheezer 3000 actually liked one of my tweets, so that's pretty interesting stuff. But one thing we do know is that Cheezer 3000 is aware of New Age Politics, so that's a dub in my book. We reached Big Cheese himself somehow. Tyron Jackson says the great epidemics of deadly diseases in animals and mankind are caused by vaccination. Charles M. Higgins, the horrors of vaccination exposed and illustrated in 1920. So what are you just pasting sources in my chat right here? I mean, as long as it's based. Barry Stan says, thanks, bro. I retired for now. Terms of service pilled. Nick took the wrong... Galaxy Jesus says, Nick took the wrong position and lost an uphill battle. Does he really not know that Biden is Chi-Com controlled? Is he that out of touch? His argument was basically China race is there for good. I don't know if you think that, then I don't think you watch the same debate as me, to be honest. That's not what his position was at all. What he was originally debating. You're probably like a Styx head, you know? You think like Styx. Styx did not understand what's going on. Nick was all that he was basically saying. His initial argument, what he was gonna argue at the very beginning, what he said, and what he always, I know this because he always says it in the show as well. His original point was that, look, I feel like I'm going crazy because I've repeated this about 10 times in the stream, but I'm just gonna keep saying it if people keep not understanding. But Nick basically thinks well, not thinks, because it's pretty much a fact. I don't see how anyone could disagree. Us, and I guess in his case, from his perspective, him as a dissident, or like dissidents in America, basically, would benefit from China being an adversary. Well, they are, but uh, you get the point. Being an adversary of America it's beneficial to us. That's what he's saying. He's not saying that the system in China is better than the system in America. He's not saying that we should be like exactly like China or anything like that. His original point was just that having China as an adversary is beneficial for us because it creates a disruption to the regime. That's what he was saying. Not that freaking China is like the perfect system or that's the ideal system. He even said that it's not. He agreed that China's system is worse, not by that much, than America's system. And what else? Styx didn't get that, and he'd just be like, "Oh, well, if you were in China, you'd get put into a gulag for being a dissident, political dissident." And we're like, "Oh, yeah, that's not the point." His point, because then by feeding into the stuff that Styx was saying, he made the point that being in China, let's hypothetically place Nick in China, that would be better for him than being in America, where America is not America, but the regime is the main opponent. And Styx didn't get that. He's like, well, if you would say something against, like, I don't know, the Chinese government, you'd get thrown in the gulag. Well, yeah, that's not the point at all. I'm gonna skip over Tyrone Jackson because I don't know what he's talking about. Pretty long stuff. Jonathan says, Jesus, Nick admitted that, oh no, Galaxy Jesus is the person. He said Nick admitted that if he was in China, he would be a literal bootlicker of the Chi-Coms. Why are we still here listening? Why is Styx still there? I don't even think these two are like watching in live time. They're probably watching the stream right now, so they probably won't even see what I'm saying. But not the stream. I mean the debate. But that's not really what Nick said. He said, like, you know what? I'm not even gonna go there again because I'm repeating myself over and over. Galaxy, you didn't even rebuke Nick's retort to Beijing Biden. Besides the point is that the global cult that runs the U.S. being challenged by another force benefits us as opposed to Satanism. Yes, that's exactly the point. I don't know why it's so hard for some people to understand, but that's the point. All it is creating disruption. If it's not China, like, let's hypothetically say it was like another country, it would be the same thing. It doesn't matter who it is. It's like all we need for those people to not have total global domination. They are a lot more hurtful than the Chi-Coms. Yeah, like, dude, imagine America hypothetically would take over the whole world. They went on like some imperialist journey. Like, what are the things that they'd be spreading? Is a lot worse than the stuff that China would be spreading. That's sort of a different way to put it. Let's see. Sneak Chucky says, why are NPCs so obsessed with Chi-Coms? CCP lives rent-free in their heads. Who cares about them? Yeah, because it's a freaking media distraction. Or like the U.S. government, it's for quite some time now has been trying to paint China as like the biggest enemy when it's actually them. To us, obviously. To them, yeah, obviously. To the American regime, China is their biggest opponent. But to us, no. But it's just people, they just get... like Nick said this, it's like people don't... certain people, or NPCs as you put it, they don't differentiate in their heads us and them, who us is and who they are. When they say us, they think that the government, the federal government, is us. That's not true. The federal government is a federal government and they're separate from us. We are the people. Obviously, there's certain people who agree with the government, everything like that, but we don't. We're dissidents. So we're not us. So like a lot of older people too, they go like, oh, we need to go and kick the Chi-Com's ass, go over and invade China or something like that. But that's not we. Who's we? That's what Nick was saying at the beginning, and he explained that. I think he explained that pretty well, better than I did. It's just like it's hard for me to go back and remember exact words when it was like already hours ago. So I'm trying to like explain this as best as possible without being like super like repetitive. Still Aguba says the China question seems more astroturf to me. Too many people were looking at Israel, and now suddenly we're all concerned about China's doing. Yeah, I feel like China, the whole China thing is like a big distraction. Even though obviously there's some truth to China being like a big concern. There's definitely some truth there, but it's not like they're our big should. It's not like they should be our biggest concern right now. And by our, I mean us, the Groypers, other distance. That's what I mean by us, just to be completely clear. Sneed Chucky says, I mentioned to someone yesterday that Australia has gotten so bad that China seems free by comparison, and some NPC kvetched and spurged out on me, calling me a shill. These people are obsessed. It's pretty sad. Robert Garza says, I thought Nick's argument was that China promotes nationalism and social order, and so long as that what the government promotes, as that's what the government promotes, even if they are authoritarian, is preferable to what the U.S. does. That's not at all. See, you don't get it. Well, look, that's part of what he was saying. That China promoting nationalism, he did say something like that, but that's not like what the main point was or what he was originally trying to argue. China promoting nationalism is better than the U.S. promoting freaking vaccines, LGBTQ, freaking, what is it, drag queen story hours, stuff like that. I think anybody who's on the right would agree with that. But that wasn't the main point. That's like obvious stuff. But he wasn't saying that the Chinese system is better or that he wants it here now. He was just making he made that single comparison. Beppers Group says 100 viewers. Yes, sir. We got to 100 viewers. Well, actually, right now it went down to like 99 for a second, but we're at 100 viewers right now. NWP Blepe Gang. It's Boy Bragg, so you got to get it right. Let's see. We're at 100 votes right now. Nick is at 66%. Sticks at 34. So that's the long-awaited 100 vote total here. I'll just leave it on. So we'll see how much further it goes. Brayston says, I'm off, fellas. I'll catch another one of your streams. If you're live early, though, yeah, I don't know if you're still here because you said you're leaving, but if you're still listening for a few seconds, you can join my Discord if you have Discord, or follow me on Twitter. That's usually when I announce when I'm on or when I plan to stream or upload videos. So if you want to catch more streams and stuff, then that's the best place to go look for when I'm live. Sneed Chucky says, Nick isn't even a China boo. He doesn't sin for them and their civilization, which pales in comparison to the West, by the way. He just explained basic game theory. China goes up, American regime goes down. Yes, it's that simple. You'd think more people would understand, but I don't know. I thought, I guess I expect too much of people. And I'm not even saying that like a cocky way. It's just like literally from the first minute that Stick started talking, I understood that I understood what was going on that he didn't understand. Foodie says, I tried to pay you, didn't work. Actually, let me check my entropy. Oh, shoot. I did get a payment for you. I'm not sure why it's not working on the thing, but it should have played on the screen. But I do have it here, so I guess I'll just read it out to you. Foodie with a $15 super chat. Play Robert set for latest video. All right, you did pay your $15, so is it on YouTube? All right, I'm gonna play this. The woke Bolshevik Revolution. How long is this? Sorry, by the way, if you're expecting it to come up on the screen. I don't know. I'm checking right now, and it says that it should work. Let me check channel settings, count. Alerts. You sent $15, so that would be the $10 one. Yeah, it says text to speech and show message should have been on, so I don't know why it didn't work. This is an hour long, so I don't know if I'll watch the whole
Auschwitz
thing, to be
is
honest.
not a concentration camp.
Hold up. This is gonna get me banned, bro. What was that? Let me hear that again. Maybe I heard it wrong.
Auschwitz is not a concentration camp.
Alright, man. If I'm being honest, I don't know if I'm gonna play this whole thing, because, well, actually, it does have 3 million views, so I doubt it'll get me banned. I'll play it, fuck it. I'll play a little bit, but I can't go an hour for this.
Auschwitz is a concentration complex.
It's not this? What the hell? How did we get here? Oh, there we go. My bad, bro. I was like, what the hell? Alright, I'll watch this. Let me just check to make